Nig hwn ar arfordir hyfryd Gogledd Cymru. Mae Llandudno a Sir Conwy wedi chwarae rhan bwysig iawn yn hanes Plaid Cymru ers y dechrau un. Ganed Lewis Valentine arweinydd cyntaf Plaid Cymru yn Llanddilys rhyw chwarter awr lawr y ffordd, ac roedd Lewis Valentine hefyd yn weinidog y bedyddwyr yma yn Llandudno. Mae'n bleser eich croesawu chi yma i Llandudno i'r Cynhadledd Wanwyn. Y tro diwethaf roeddwn ni efo'n gilydd yn yr adeilad hwn oedd yn y gynhadledd blynyddol yn 2022. A hoffwn ddiolch am y gwahoddiad i gyflwyno'r araith groeso heddiw fel un o gynghorwyr Plaid Cymru yma ar gyngor Sir Conwy. Mae heriau mawr yn ei wynebu ni yma yng Nghonwy yn union yr un heriau a sy'n wynebu cynghorau Sir Ledled Cymru. Ond rydyn ni fel cynghorwyr Plaid yn gweithio'n ddiwyd yn ein cymunedau ac yn siambr y cyngor i sicrhau tegwch i'n trigolion gweitha'r llymder ariannol aruthrol sy'n ei wynebu o ddydd i ddydd. Mi wnaethon ni ddioddau 4 mlynedd ar 10 o hyn o dan lawr toriaid ac rydyn ni'n dal i ddioddau'r un llymder o dan Lywodraeth Llafur. Ac wrth gwrs, roeddwn ni'n disgwyl y byddai pethau'n gwella trwy gydweithio rhwng 2 Lywodraeth Llafur, un yng Nghaerdydd a llall yn Llundain. Ond mae'n edrych yn debyg mae disgwyl fyddwn ni. We are meeting here this week at our spring conference in Llandudno at one end of the A470 with Cardiff Bay at the opposite end. And it does System sy'n cyllido Cymru'n anheg, Llafur yn gwrthod y 4 biliwn sy'n ddyledus i Gymru o HS2, a gwrthod datganoli stad y goron. A gadewch i ni siarad am stad y goron. Erbyn hyn, mae 17 o gynghorau Cymru yn mynnu bod stad y goron a'i chyfoeth yn cael ei drosglwyddo i Gymru. Rydyn ni'n sôn am 853 miliwn o bunnoedd o gyfoeth Cymru, llawer o hwnnw'n dod o ynni adnewyddadwy ar y môr, yn mynd i'r trysorlys yn Llundain. Dychmygwch be allwn ni wneud efo'r arian yna yng Nghymru. A dwedwch wrtha i, pam ein bod ni'n cael ein trin yn wahanol i'r Alban, lle mae'r tegwch yn hynny? A beth am benderfyniadau'r Llywodraeth Llafur ers iddyn nhw ddod i rym? Toriadau lles i'r rhai mwyaf bregus, torri taliadau tanwydd gaeaf ein pensiynwyr. Yn wir, mae gen i ofn be ddaw nesaf ganddyn nhw. Rhywbeth arall sy'n fy mhoeni i'n fawr ydy'r cynnydd ym mhoblogrwydd y blaid reform yn ein cymunedau yma yng Nghymru. Mae pobl wedi siomi yn y toriaid ar blaid Lafur, ond rhaid i ni argyhoeddi'r rhai sy'n ddigartref yn wleidyddol bod yna blaid arall iddyn nhw. A'r neges bwysicaf ydy, dydy reform ddim yn sefyll am werthoedd Cymru. Does dim ots ganddyn nhw am Gymru, dim ond un plaid sydd â Chymru'n ganolbwynt i bob dim. Wrth edrych ymlaen at etholiadau'r Senedd y flwyddyn nesaf, mae'n bwysig nodi mae Plaid Cymru sydd ar nifer fwyaf o gynghorwyr sir yn etholaeth newydd Bangor a Beconwy Môn. Mae'r seilwaith yma, ond rhaid i ni weithio'n galed ar lawr gwlad ym mhob etholaeth i ddenu gwirfoddolwyr i'n helpu i ledaenu'r neges. Rhaid i ni danio'r angerdd yn ein pobl ifanc. Rydyn ni ar blaen yn y polau piniwn a rhaid i ni barhau ac yn wir gynyddu'r momentum rhwng rwan a'r flwyddyn nesaf. A gallai ddim peidio sefyll yn fan hyn heb sôn am y tîm arbennig y tu ôl i gyfri Instagram Plaid. Da chi'n arbennig. Parhewch ar gwaith gwych yma. Dwi wir ddim yn gwybod lle da chi'n cael eich syniadau ar gyfer y memes, ond wir, take a bow. Ond yn ôl yn ni at Sir Conwy, ac mae gennym ni dîm plaid arbennig o dda ar y cyngor. Rydyn yn cael ein arwain yn gelfydd gan y cynghorydd Austin Roberts, ac mae'r cynghorydd Dilwyn Roberts yn dal portffolio diwylliant a hamdden, a'r cynghorydd Cathy Augustine y portffolio gofal gymdeithasol, sy'n dipyn o her fel y gallwch chi ddychmygu. Roedd y cynghorydd Abdul Khan, ers dim ond yn ddiweddar, yn gadeirydd y cyngor sir, y cynghorydd Bangladesiaidd Cymreig cyntaf i ymgymryd ar ôl bwysig hon. Ac mae'r cynghorydd Aron Wyn, sy'n rhannu ward efo fi yn Llanrwst a Llanddoged, a'r cynghorydd ieuengaf pan enillodd yr etholiad yn 2017, yn graig o wybodaeth ac yn angerddol dros Gymru am cymunedau. Mae fy nyled i'n fawr iddo fo am fy arwain dros y 2 blynedd diwetha. Ac yn olaf, y cynghorydd Gwenol Ellis, a ymunodd â'r cyngor yr un pryd a fi yn 2022, sy'n gweithio'n ddiflino yn ei ward, yn gadeirydd y Pwyllgor Addysg ac yn cydweithio'n agos iawn efo fi i ddarparu gwasanaeth banc bwyd yn ardal wledig Sir Conwy. Ac wrth gwrs, ni byddai'r un ohono ni yn gynghorwyr heddiw heb gefnogaeth brwd aelodau ac actifyddion llawr gwlad Plaid Cymru Conwy. Mae'n dyled yn fawr i bob un ohonoch chi. Ond mi fyddai'n braf cynyddu'r nifer o cynghorwyr sy'n yng ngrŵp y blaid yma yng Nghonwy. Felly, os oes gennych chi ddiddordeb, cofiwch gysylltu a mi wnawn ni bob dim i'ch helpu. Felly, ar ran aelodau'r blaid yma yng Nghonwy, hoffwn eich croesawu i Landudlo ac i'r gynhadledd. Mae Cynhadleddau Plaid Cymru yn gyfle arbennig i gwrdd â hen ffrindiau, trafod polisiau ac i aildanio'r fflam. Mae'r penwythnos hwn yn un prysur ac yn llawn o ddigwyddiadau cyffroes dros ben. Mi gawn glywed areithiau gan 9 aelod o'r Senedd, rhai o'r criw arbennig sy'n gweithio'n ddiwyd yn y bai, yn cynnwys yr arweinydd Rhun ap Iorwerth sy'n sicr o'n ysbrydoli ni gyd pnawn 'ma. Cawnaraeth gan Seamus Logan o'r SNP sy'n aelod seneddol ar y llwyfan pnawn yma hefyd, ac mi fydd Liz Sawel Roberts, un o'r 4 penny gamp sy'n brwydro dros Gymru a'n cymunedau yn Stan Steffan, yn siŵr o godi'r to i gloi'r gynhadledd pnawn fory. Mae degau o sgyrsiau panel, cyfarfodydd ymylol a dadleuon polisi yn digwydd dros y ddeuddydd nesaf. Plis cymrwch ran. Mae'ch llais chi yn bwysig. Dwi'n edrych ymlaen yn arw i sgwrsio efo chi dros y penwythnos. Felly, mwynhewch y gynhadledd ac unwaith eto, croeso cynnes iawn i chi i Landudno. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Bod nôl yma yn Llandudno ac cael bod yn eich cwmni chi. Pwy ohonoch chi sydd yn hoff o gyfnod y Nadolig? Dwi wrth y modd â chyfnod y Nadolig fy hun. Mae'n gyfle i weld hen ffrindiau a dal i fyny gyda theulu. Ar ddydd Calan eleni es i draw i weld aelod annwyl o'r teulu nad oeddwn i wedi gweld ers amser maith. Oedd hi'n braf cael rhannu straeon am y plant a chlywed ei hint a'i helynt dros y flwyddyn a fi. Ond oedd pethau ddim yn arbennig o dda iddi hi, oherwydd roedd hi'n aros am driniaeth, ac wedi bod yn aros am driniaeth ers amser maith. Yn wir, fe gath hi addewid o driniaeth yng Ngorffennaf blwyddyn dwytha. Dim ond i'r triniaeth yna gael ei ohirio, yn wir, roedd ei dyddiad bob mis iddi ers hynny, a phob un ohonyn nhw yn ei tro yn cael ei canslo. Mae hi'n byw yn Sir Gar, ond oedd dim argeiledd ar ei chyfer hi yn ardal bwrdd iechyd Hywel Dda. Serch hynny, 25 milltir lawr y ffordd yn Abertawe oedd na lefydd gweigion ar gyfer y math o driniaeth yr oedd hi'n aros amdan. Ond oherwydd ei bod hi mewn ardal bwrdd iechyd gwahanol, doedd hi ddim yn cael mynd am driniaeth yno. Canlyniad hyn oedd ei bod hi'n gorfod ymweld â'r meddyg teulu sawl gwaith mwyn cynyddu y tabledi lladd poen yr oedd hi ar, a'i chyflwr corfforol a iechyd meddyliol yn dirywio. Yn anffodus, mae hanes hi yn llawer rhy gyffredin, ac mae'n debyg fod pob un ohono ni yma heddiw gyda ganwyliad ar restr aros am rhyw driniaeth neu gilydd. Mae'r rhestrau aros hir ac oedi hir cyn triniaeth wedi dod yn nodwedd o gamreolaeth llafur o'r gwasanaeth iechyd. Mewn gwirionedd, mae'n adlewyrchiad o gyflwr Cymru ar ôl chwarter canrif o wynyddiaeth llafur, gyda'r un methiannau sylfaenol yma yn yblygu yn ein heconomi, yn addysg, trafnidiaeth a phob maes polisi arall o dan i'r rheolaeth. Rhyw fath o lywodraeth maniana. Pam gweithredu heddiw os allwn ni aros tan fori cyn gwneud? Pam newid pethau? Falle fod y drefn sydd ohoni wedi methu pobl Cymru, ond mae wedi bod o fydd i'r blaid lafur yng Nghymru. Felly dydy o ddim yn ei diddordeb personol nhw i weld y newid radical sydd ei hangen arno ni. Dim ond ddoi glwsyn ni fod dros 21,000 o bobl yn parhau i aros fwy na 2 flynedd am driniaeth. Bod rhestrau aros yn hwy rwan na beth oedden nhw pan ddaeth y Barwnes Morgan yn brif weinidog. Bod dros 600,000 o bobl, 1 o bob 5 ohono ni, ar restr aros. A bod nhw dros 17,100 yn fwy heddiw nac oedden nhw nôl yn 2012. Dyna eich ystadegyn. Ers etholiad diwethaf y Senedd, mae llafur wedi gwario 1,5 biliwn o bunnoedd i lanhau'r llanast maen nhw wedi i'w wneud efo'r rhestrau aros. Ac mi fydde rhywun wedi gobeithio fod buddsoddiad o'r fath yn ymodol ar lwyddiant ac wedi dargedu. Mae hyn yn gyfateb i 375 miliwn o bunnoedd y flwyddyn, sef cyflog cychwynnol dros 6,000 o nyrsys, neu dros 2,600 o feddygon teulu. Ond yn lle cael miloedd o nyrsys, neu filoedd o feddygon yn ychwanegol, mae gynnon ni brynder o 2,000 o nyrsys a 500 o feddygon teulu. A'r unig beth sydd gan y llywodraeth i ddangos am y buddsoddiad ydy rhestrau aros sydd wedi cynyddu o 200,000 o bobl. Ac mae'n amlwg nad mater o ddiffygion unigol yn unig ydy hyn, ond nodwedd o DNA y blaid lafur yma yng Nghymru. Gadawodd pob un o 3 rhagflaenydd uniongyrchol y prif weinidog restr aros mewn cyflwr gwaith na phan ddaethon nhw i'w swydd, ac ar y meinciau llafur bellach mae 5 cyn-weinidog iechyd sydd wedi methu dod ar ôl groniad dan reolaeth. Yn y cyfamser, mae targedau leihau amseroedd aros wedi methu mor gyson fel eu bod nhw i bob pwrpas yn gwbl ddiystyr. Mae targedau wedi newid, mae'r personel wedi newid, ond mae record methiant llafur yn gyson. So, while Labour in England see bureaucrats and arm-length But as we readily acknowledge, these are only short-term measures to give our beleaguered NHS some much-needed breathing space. The process of ultimate renewal, of hauling our NHS back to its feet, fit for the future, must involve a fundamental political and cultural shift in how we conceive and approach to the delivery of healthcare. Conference, you'll all be aware of the depressingly familiar sight of long queues of ambulances parked outside hospitals, leaving patients stranded for hours on end in unsafe environments, sometimes exacerbating what are already serious, life-threatening conditions. It's a symptom of how the machinery of the NHS, once well-oiled, has been left to rust and malfunction by insufficient attention to its wider interdependencies. Because the problems faced by the ambulance service aren't necessarily related to vehicle or staff shortages, but rather barriers in patient flow management, which in turn exposes the sheer neglect of the social care sector, with repercussions that are resonating with ominous regularity. The Welsh Government talks a good talk on the importance of social care, but their record of delivery falls woefully short. The reality is that social care is the poor relation to the system, both in terms of funding and policy focus. Successive Labour ministers have often spoken of the need to correct this imbalance, but in practice have been unable to break free from what every Cynhadledd committee recently lamented as their propensity for firefighting at the front line. The case for a purposeful shift in this direction becomes ever more stark when we consider upcoming demographic trends. Wales already has the oldest median population in the UK nations, and by 2031, over 30% of our population will be over 60, and nearly 12% will be over 75. While Welsh people are, on average, living longer, they're not necessarily getting healthier. Indeed, the gap between healthy life expectancy and overall health expectancy in Wales is currently nearly 18 years for men and a little over 22 years for women, the highest of the UK nations. Age-related conditions such as dementia and Alzheimer's are also amongst the main causes of death in Wales, and the number of people in Wales living with severe dementia is expected to increase to 53,700 by 2040. That's why Plaid Cymru would make enhancing the capacity, resilience and prestige of the social care sector an urgent national priority, because all the evidence shows we can't afford any more prevarication in this area. Through our cooperation agreement, we had already committed to establishing a national care service fully integrated with the NHS and free at the point of need. It would represent the most revolutionary transformation of our healthcare system since Aneurin Bevan's initial vision. And Conference, it remains our quintessential lodestar. But such monumental change can't happen overnight. It needs a carefully considered roadmap and practical steps to a sustainable transition. And unfortunately, without Plaid Cymru's guiding influence within the cooperation agreement, this programme of work has lost its way as Labour has reverted to its bad habits of prioritising short-term sticking plaster solutions. So, if we have the honour of being in government next year, I give my pledge that Plaid Cymru will redouble our efforts to bring the National Care Service closer to fruition, injecting much needed fresh energy to this essential process. Y mater cyntaf mae'n rhaid I ni ddatrys ydy gwelliant sylweddol statws y proffesiwn gofal, sy'n parhau I gael ei dambrisio a'i danwerthfarogi. Bydd Llywodraeth Plaid Cymru felly yn cynyddu cyflog byw gwirioneddol gweithwyr gofal cymdeithasol o bynt yr awr, gan ddod â ni yn nes at y nod o aliniad llawn a graddfeydd cyflog y gwasanaeth iechyd. Mi fydden ni hefyd yn archwilio opsiynau ar gyfer adrefnu cynllunio'r gweithlu, gan ddefnyddio arfer gorau rhyngwladol fel y model byrtsor gynnyr iseldiroedd, gyda phwysles ar ymuso timau lleol. Bydd Llywodraeth Plaid Cymru hefyd yn hyrwyddwyr di-ildio o ofalwyr di-dal, Carfan o dros 300,000 o arwyr di-glod sy'n arbed dros 10 biliwn o bunnoedd i'n cenedl ni bob blwyddyn. Yr hyn sydd wir wedi'n haro yn ystod fy sgyrsiau gyda grwpiau fel Gofal Cymdeithasol Cymru ydy i gymharu â'r gwerth yma gofalwyr di-dal yn ei roi i gymdeithas, gweddol bitw mewn gwirionedd ydy ei gofynion nhw. Mi fydd cael llywodraeth sydd yn gweithredu deddfe ei hun yn gam ymlaen. Enghraifft, mae gan bob gofalwr di-dal hawl i asesiad o anghenion personol yn unol â Deddf Gwasanaethau Cymdeithasol y Llesiant 2014. Ond mewn stori sy'n llawer rhy gyfarwydd yma am ddeddfwriaeth Llywodraeth Cymru, dim ond 6% o ofalwyr Cymru sy'n cael asesiad ar hyn o bryd. Canlyniad anochel hyn ydy pobl digartre, ansicrwydd ariannol a phroblemau iechyd meddwl yn arbennig o gyffredin ymhlith gofalwyr di-dal, arwydd ddamniol o ddirywiad ein contract cymdeithasol. Byddai Llywodraeth Plaid Cymru felly yn datblygu cynllun gweithredu i sicrhau bod bwriadau'r da'r ddeddf yma yn cael eu cyflawni yn ymarferol, gyda'r nod o gynyddu cyfran o gofalwyr di-dal sy'n cael asesiad ar gyfer bob blwyddyn o dymor nesaf y Senedd. Mae hyn yn adlewyrchu llafur yng Nghymru, sef perfformio i'r galeri, yn gwneud datganiadau cynnes ac yn pasio deddfau blaengar, ond sydd yn methu yn llwyr a chyflawni dyletswyddau deddfau hun, na sicrhau eu bod nhw'n cael eu cydymffurfio. Wrth gwrs, does dim syndod felly fod gymaint o bobl oedd ar un adeg gyda gobeithio mawr dros y Blaid Lafur yn edrych am gartref gwleidyddol newydd heddiw. Ac mae methiannau Blaid Lafur yma, a ddiwydion gweigion, rhethreg blodeuol heb sylwedd, yn arwain a ddadrithiad ac yn creu tir fflwythlon i'r asgell dde eithafol. Ond mi ydyn ni yn y blaid yma yn cynnig gobaith newydd a pholisiau sydd wedi gwreiddio yn anghenion ein pobl a'n cymunedau. Mi fyddwn ni felly'n sefydlu targedau perfformiad cenedlaethol ar gyfer cwblhau asesiadau o anghenion gyda achosion o ddiffyg cydymffurfio yn cael eu uwchgyfeirio drwy strwythurau llywodraeth newydd. Ni fydd methiant i gydymffurfio ar dyletswyddau statudol hyn yn cael ei goddau. Os yw'r ddeddfwriaeth yn dweud fod yn rhaid iddo ddigwydd, yna mi fydd yn digwydd drwy ymyrraeth uniongyrchol gan lywodraeth os oes angen. Yn olaf, yn gyfochrog i'n uchelgeisiau ar gyfer cryfhau y gweithlu, mi fyddwn ni'n cyflwyno diwygiadau sefydliadol mwyn sicrhau fod gynnon ni wasanaeth cadarn ac addas i bwrpas yn ei lle. Mae'r gwasanaeth iechyd yn cael ei ddathlu fel ein hased cenedlaethol mwyaf annwyl. Ond ni ddylai'r parch hwn ein dallu i'r realiti nad yw bellach yn ymarferol disgwyl i'r gwasanaeth iechyd wneud yr holl waith trwm wrth ddarparu ar gyfer anghenion gofal iechyd ein poblogaeth. Felly, o dan ein gwyliadwraeth ni fydd gofal cymdeithasol bellach yn cael ei ystyried fel atodiad mân i'r wladwriaeth les, ond yn cael ei atgyfnerthu fel piler sylfaenol ynddo'i hun, ar yr un lefel â gofal eilaidd a gofal sylfaenol. Yn y modd hwn, mi fyddwn ni'n adeiladu'r sylfaeni ar gyfer model iechyd a gofal cymdeithasol mwy integredig, mwy gwydn a mwy cynaladwy, gan sicrhau dyfodol iach i'n cenedl. Cynhadledd, gallwch fod yn hyderus fod gan Blaid Cymru y syniadau blaengar wedi gwreiddio'n ddifn yn ein profiadau fel cenedl ac yn ein cymunedau, ac y bydd Llywodraeth Plaid Cymru yn un trawsnewidiol fydd yn gwella ansawdd bywyd pobl Cymru. Diolch yn fawr iawn i chi.
Diolch, Mabon am Gwynfor. Croeso nôl. Nesaf i anerch y gynhadledd. Mae un sy'n gweithio'n ddiwyd i warchod enaid ein cenedl. Working to secure the future of our nation's soul, please welcome Plaid Cymru's spokesperson for culture and the Welsh language. Rhowch groeso, os gwelwch yn dda, i lefarydd y blaid dros y Gymraeg a diwylliant, Heledd Fychan.
Bore da, gynhadledd. Dwi'n mynd i wneud rhywbeth bore yma nad ydy llafur yng Nghymru'n fodlon i wneud. A hynny ydy bod yn onest a chydnabod bod y sectorau diwylliant, y celfyddydau a thraftadaeth mewn argyfwng yma yng Nghymru. A llafur sydd ar fai am hynny. Does na ddim gweledigaeth ganddyn nhw ar gyfer y sectorau hyn. Does na ddim uchelgais, dim cefnogaeth. Ac yn fwy na dim, mae'n ymddangos i mi na does na ddealltwriaeth na awydd i fynd i'r afal efo'r heriau. Gyda diwylliant a'r celfyddydau mor greiddiol i pwy yda ni fel cenedl, mae o'n darcalonus sy'n bod ni wedi cyrraedd sefyllfa o'r gyfwn lle mae'n casgliadau cenedlaethol ni mewn peryg a chanoedd o swyddi wedi colli. Mae drysau ar gau i leoliadau oedd unwaith yn llawn bwrlwm a chreadigrwydd a chyfleoedd i bobl o bob oed a phob cefndir i ymwneud efo'r celfyddydau neu weithio yn y meysydd hyn wedi crebachu a'i cyfyngu. Nid dyma sut dyla hi fod ar ôl bron i 6 mlynedd ar 20 o'r gyfrifoldeb dros y meysydd hyn gan yn Senedd ni'n hunan yma yng Nghymru. Dwi'n aelod o'r Pwyllgor Diwylliant yn y Senedd dan gaderyddiaeth Delys Jewel, ac yn Ionawr eleni mi wnaethon ni gyhoeddi adroddiad oedd yn cadarnhau difrifoldeb y sefyllfa wedi dros 10 o doriadau. Mae o'n adroddiad diflewyn ar dafod ac yn danos bod Cymru yn y trydydd safle o'r gwaelod ymhlith gwledydd Ewropeaidd o ran gwariant y pen ar wasanaethau hamdden a chwaraeon ac yn ail o'r gwaelod o ran gwasanaethau diwylliannol. Mae hyn yn cyfateb i wariant o 69.68 ceiniog y person y flwyddyn yng Nghymru, o gymharu â'r cyfartaledd ledled y Deyrnas Unedig o 91.12 ceiniog. Y ffigwr yng Ngwlad yr Ia ydy 691.60 ceiniog y person y flwyddyn, sef 10 gwaith yn fwy na Cymru. Fel rhan o'r ymchwiliad, fe glywson ni dystiolaeth gan lu o sefydliadau ynglŷn ag effaith y toriadau ar ei gallu i gyflawni a'r ddarpariaeth oedd mewn peryg o gael ei golli yn llwyr. Ac eto, pan gwnaethon ni graffu ar Lywodraeth Cymru, gwrthod dro ar ôl tro y gnaeth y gweinidog dros ddiwylliant Jack Sargent i gydnabod difrifoldeb y sefyllfa na chwaith ymrwymo i wneud mwy i gefnogi. Dydy hyn ddim digon da. When National Museum Cardiff warned that its doors may have to close last year due to the sorry state of the building, the First Minister at the time, Vaughan Gethin, said, "If you told me I had a single pound to spend and I can either put it into children's services or the National Museum, I think most people would know where I'd choose to spend that single pound." Well, safe to say that pound would not go towards the National Museum, but neither would he try to ensure that even part of that pound would go towards culture. Similarly, when I led a debate a year ago about the importance of the arts and culture to Wales, the then Deputy Minister for Culture, Dawn Bowden, spent most of the time shouting at me, but what about the NHS? Rather than speaking up for the portfolio she was supposed to be representing. As anyone that has any understanding or appreciation of these sectors will know, it's not an either or, is it? Children's services, the NHS and culture matter and are all worthy of investment. We shouldn't have to choose one at the expense of the other. The fact that culture and the arts are seen as nice to haves by our own government rather than recognised as being integral to our identity, our economy and our standing on the world stage tells you everything you need to know about Labour in Wales. They lack ambition, they lack vision, and their unionist mindset makes them nervous of supporting anything that fosters a sense of national pride. Neither do they seem to understand the power of culture to transform people's lives for the better, and why the right to participate and enjoy culture is considered a human right. If we are serious about securing the future of the NHS, then investing in preventative measures, such as lifelong opportunities to participate in art and sport, is essential. And it's not just me that's frustrated with the Welsh Government's approach. Andrew Green, the former Chief Librarian of the National Library of Wales, wrote an article last year which bore the title, "Why is the Welsh Government at war with culture?" He expertly outlined not just the recent funding challenges, but also the historic ones, and how we've therefore reached this point of crisis. He didn't mince his words and concluded, anyone who works in the cultural sector in Wales, whose life is enhanced by the arts or who cares about their social, economic and health benefits, should be deeply worried by a government whose members can't manage to grasp the critical importance of maintaining and improving state support for cultural bodies and individuals, especially at a time of economic difficulty and hardship. And he's not a lone voice. Pedair ap Llwyd, who retired from his role as Chief Librarian last year, said, "My experiences during my tenure have revealed a gap in the political will needed to establish and sustain a supportive environment for the protection of our history and cultural legacy." Let me repeat that key phrase, a lack of political will. Ouch. This, despite the fact that both at Amgueddfa Cymru and the National Library of Wales combined, there is a maintenance backlog of tens of millions of pounds, meaning that the very buildings that house our collections risk damaging what they should be protecting. We saw what happened in Brazil in 2018 when governments ignored warnings by curators and continued to underfund the National Museum there. A catastrophic but avoidable fire where 92.5% of the nation's collections were lost. How would we feel? What would be the impact if that were to happen here in Wales? Hefyd, wrth gwrs, mi ydyn ni wedi gweld Michael Sheen yn camu i'r adwy a buddsoddi ei arian ei hun i ailsefydlu Theatr Genedlaethol yn y Saesneg yma yng Nghymru wedi i National Theatre Wales orfod cau. Fe gafodd Rhyd ap Iorwerth a finna gyfarfod buddiol iawn efo fo wrthos dwytha, a thrafod yr ôl y gallai Llywodraeth Plaid Cymru chwarae o ran cefnogi'r celfyddyda. Mewn grym mi allan ni wneud gymaint o wahaniaeth yn y maes hwn. Ond be am rhwng rwan a Mai 2026? Be sy'n mynd i ddigwydd i'r sector hwn os nad ydy llafur yng Nghymru'n gwneud mwy? Mae dyfodol Opera Cenedlaethol Cymru yn parhau yn y bantol. Cwmni sydd wedi gwneud gymaint i hyrwyddo Cymru'n rhyngwladol a sydd mor uchel i barch. Mae Adran Gerddoriaeth Prifysgol Caerdydd o dan bygythiad. Gyda'r gweinidog, gyda chyfrifoldeb dros addysg uwch, ddim i weld y pryderu am hyn, gan nodi mae yna goleg cerdd a drama hefyd yng Nghaerdydd. Gandan os nad ydy hi na'r Llywodraeth yn deall y gwahaniaeth rhwng y cyrsiau sy'n cael ei cynnig yn y ddau sefydliad, a pan bod angen y ddau arno ni yma yng Nghymru. Ac wrth gwrs mae sefyllfa coleg cerdd a drama ei hun yn parhau yn fregus, gyda'r adran iau eisoes wedi cau. Hefyd yn y brifddinas, mae Neuadd Dewi Sant dal ar gau ers i rac gael ei ganfod yno, ac yn ddiweddar, bydd rhaid i Amgueddfa Genedlaethol Caerdydd gau ei drysa yn ddisymws. Ac bod yr amgueddfa bellach wedi ailagor, mae dal angen buddsoddiad sylweddol i sicrhau nad ydy hynny'n digwydd eto. Dwi hefyd yn poeni ar lawr gwlad bod cyfleoedd i bobl ifanc ymwneud â'r celfyddyda, bod hynny drwy ddysgu offeryn, bod yn rhan o gerddorfa, bod yn rhan o gynhyrchiad theatr neu gôr. Hefyd yn crebachu oherwydd y toriadau, a bod yna risg, mae dim ond yr rhai gyda teuluoedd sy'n gallu fforddio y cyfleoedd yma fydd yn gallu cymryd mantais yn y dyfodol. Mae o'n wir hefyd o ran y cyfle i fynd ar drip ysgol i amgueddfa neu i theatr oherwydd bod costa bws mor drud a'r grantiau gefnogi ymweliadau o'r fath hefyd wedi llai. Mater arall perthnasol wrth gwrs ydy'r ffaith bod hanes Cymru yn parhau i fod yn elfen llawer rhy bach o'r cwricwlwm. gan olygu bod gormod o blant yn dal i gael eu hamddifadu o bod hanes eu cenedl eu hunan, heb sôn am ddod yn siaradwyr Cymraeg hyderus. Felly gyfeillion, heddiw dwi eisiau sicrhau chi fel aelodau o'r blaid a hefyd sicrhau pawb sy'n ymwneud efo'r celfyddydau a'r sectorau diwylliant a threftadaeth yma yng Nghymru, ein bod ni fel plaid yn gadarn ein cefnogaeth i'r sectorau hyn. Mi ydyn ni'n deall a mi ydyn ni'n gwerthfawrogi i gwerth, a mi ydyn ni eisiau gwirdroi y sefyllfa ac mi fydd Llywodraeth Plaid Cymru yn gweithio sicrhau mynediad i bawb i ddiwylliant ein cenedl. Fe fydd nifer ohonoch chi yma, dwi'n siŵr, yn gyfarwydd hefo'r dywediad cenedl heb iaith, cenedl heb galon. Y cwestiwn pellach ydy, heb iaith na diwylliant, fydda Cymru hyd yn oed yn genedl. Mae gynnon ni ddyletswydd i wirdroi penderfyniadau niweidiol llafur yng Nghymru a gosod trywydd newydd i'n gwlad. Ac mae diogelu a chefnogi diwylliant ein cenedl yn greiddiol i hynny. Ymlaen. Diolch.
nawr, wedi gosod y llwyfan, ar y llwyfan, cawn drafodaeth banel dynawdd garedig ar Undeb Addysg Cenedlaethol a'r Undeb Prifysgol a Choleg I drafod chwyldroi addysg yng Nghymru. Thank you to National Education Union Cymru and University and College Union for sponsoring our first panel discussion of conference. Here to debate revolutionising education in Wales. Please welcome the panel and their co-chairs. Rowch groeso i'r panelwyr a'r cyd-gadeiryddion, Kevin Campbell a Cynhadledd Williams.
And welcome to a very important discussion and a wide-ranging one, sponsored by UCI Wales. Quite a title. And
beth sydd angen I wneud, sut sydd angen I wneud hynny o'r blynyddoedd cynnar a'r cyfnod sylfaen reit drwyddo I addysg uwch y bore yma. Felly y pam, y sut, a'r hyn gall gael I newid a'i gyflwyno drwy chwyldroi addysg. Felly mae'n bleser gen I groesawu y panel. Y bore yma fydd yn gosod mas rhai o'r elfennau sydd angen I ni ystyried yn I tro, cyn I ni ymateb wedyn ac agor y llawr I chi gael cyfrannu i'r drafodaeth bwysig yma. Felly, gael gyflwyno yn I tro, Ellie Harwood o'r Child Poverty Action Group, sydd wedi gwneud gwaith hynod o bwysig, a fel fydden ni'n clywed y bore yma, ynglyn â chost diwrnod yr ysgol, a'r rhwystrau yna sy'n rhwystro plant a dysgwyr o gefndiroedd llai breintiedig I gael mynediad at y gyfleon addysg. Nicola Fitzpatrick wedyn o'r National Education Union Cymru, a wedyn Gareth Lloyd o UCU Cymru. Ac wrth gwrs, Kevin Campbell, aelod seneddol yn y grŵp yn y Senedd, wrth gwrs, a hefyd yn llefarydd Plaid Cymru dros addysg, a Cynhadledd Williams ydw I, a dwi i'n llefarydd Plaid Cymru dros gyfiawnder cymdeithasol a'r blynyddoedd cynnar. Felly rhyngddo ni, dwi'n meddwl bod ni yn mynd I gael trafodaeth eang. Beth o'n ni'n mynd I wneud I ddechrau? We're going to start with the expert speakers in their turn, as I said, perhaps to set out some of the broad themes that we need to think about in this discussion. So I'm going to turn firstly to Ellie, and perhaps you can set the scene for the revolution that needs to happen. Ellie, what do we need to see, and tell us perhaps why we need to see one.
Okay, diolch yn fawr, Cynhadledd and Kevin. Thank you so much for inviting us here to talk. I'm really grateful to have the opportunity to talk to everyone here about what is probably the biggest barrier to achieving our aspirations in terms of education in Wales, and that is child poverty. So we know that at this moment in time, around 9 children in a class of 30 are living in poverty in Wales. And over half of Welsh children will have some time in poverty during their childhood. So this isn't an issue that affects a small few, it is more than half of learners. Around 200,000 children currently living below the poverty line, and schools are expected to do their very best to educate these children, not only to help them progress their learning, but also increasingly to meet their needs for food, for clothing, for hygiene. So we work closely with the teaching unions, and we've surveyed their members, and 88% of NEU Cymru members are telling us that they've seen child poverty getting worse in schools, and then the signs are around material deprivation. So it is children who don't have the equipment, they don't have the resources that they need to learn, families who can't afford to pay for meals and trips, and children who are unable to do homework and study outside of school because they don't have the computers at home, or they don't have proper broadband, you know, and ultimately, when you speak to young people themselves, this is the issue that they care about the most as well. So we have a Youth Voice Champion programme where we're working in secondary schools around Wales, asking them what they want to change in the world, you know, and they have, you know, big priorities around mental and emotional health and climate change, but tackling poverty is the #1 issue that young people are asking us to kind of raise awareness of and to ask adults, people in power, to really take action on. And the thing is, child poverty isn't just a problem of deprived areas, so you can often get into a kind of false sense that this is something that happens in poor communities. We have a lot of language around deprivation and so on. But child poverty exists in every part of Wales. It's in our inner cities, it's in our small towns, it's in the market towns of Carmarthenshire, it's in the rural wilds, you know, it's everywhere. Unfortunately, every single local authority, every single ward have families experiencing poverty. And one of the problems that Wales has is that over the last few years, poverty has become more persistent. So Wales now has the highest rate of children who remain in poverty for year after year. And this is because the routes out of poverty, those pathways, are increasingly being closed off and are becoming more difficult for families to access. And I'm really afraid to say that due to the poverty-producing policies that are coming from Westminster, child poverty is going to get worse in Wales. We expect to see it increase by the end of this decade. And almost all of that increase is being driven by a policy called the two-child limit, which restricts the amount of social security that families can receive to the first 2 children. But that policy harms all children, not just the child who's excluded, because parents don't just pick one child to deprive and meet the needs of the others. They unfortunately have to share that pain, and they take an awful lot on themselves as well. But I think, you know, schools are playing such a crucial role. We have to have hope here. We have to recognise that in Wales we have a fantastic, dedicated education workforce. Teachers, school leaders, but also all the staff who work in schools, the family engagement officers, the school catering staff, you know, everyone who supports children with additional learning needs. They make a huge difference every single day, and education can be a vehicle for social justice, and I think it helps at this point to look north to our friends in Scotland, look at some of the things that have been brought in by the government there, not only things like the Scottish Child Payment, which gives families enough money to be able to support their children's education with the resources they need. They've got obviously support with meals and uniform, which we have in Wales as well, but could be more generous and should be more generous. But also they see their education system as a fundamental tool for tackling child poverty. They run tackling child poverty through every single policy area of government. It's the First Minister's personal priority, and everything they do in government, regardless of how far removed it might seem from children, it is absolutely at the heart of what that government does. You know, we want schools to be well-resourced so they can support children to learn and thrive and fulfill their potential. And at the moment, we've got under-resourced settings doing their very best to support children from under-resourced homes. And it leads then, unfortunately, to more children than we would like not reaching their full potential, not being able to make those pathways into higher, further education. And people talk about poverty of aspiration. They will say, you know, that we've got a problem in Wales with poverty of aspiration amongst children and their families. And I would really strongly refute that very, very much. I think the only poverty of aspiration we have is from the state and from the government in terms of what they think children should be doing. You know, when parents are surveyed, National Survey for Wales, 80% of parents and carers said at the age of 16 they wanted their child to continue on in full-time education. Further 10% said they wanted them to go into work-based learning or apprenticeships. 6% said they'd like their child to have choice between the two. So you can see that there's really, really high levels of expectation from families and the children themselves. But we don't necessarily at the moment have in place a system that is giving people the resources they need, both the learners themselves and the people who are supporting their learning, to enable them to make that progression. And I know we're going to now talk about, you know, what that looks like in the classroom, and then also further on in terms of colleges and universities as well.
Diolch, Ellie. Could I just ask you, you mentioned there some of the things that Scotland are doing. What are the things that you think that Wales isn't doing? You mentioned those welfare cuts. unfortunately, over which we have no control. And we're not standing up to them. The Welsh Government isn't standing up to them, we are. But what are the specific things you think could really help that, just that basic level of poverty, just briefly, some of the things that you'd like to see change?
By far the biggest and most ambitious policy is the Scottish Child Payment. So that's direct payments that top up the amount of universal credit that families with children can receive. It's an absolute game changer, reducing child poverty eventually by 16 percentage points. So Scotland already has a much lower child poverty rate than Wales, but it is, it is absolutely transformative, and it is transforming the lives of children. The policy is so new that we can't yet see kind of official statistics that are reflecting the reduction, but it will be coming soon. And on top of that, they've made a commitment to offset the two-child limit. So, this is another, again, policy that's targeted at those families at highest risk of poverty and the deepest poverty. Particularly, the policy affects children in minoritized ethnic group families, and so, it's very much a social justice policy in that respect. There are other things that Scotland do as well, though, as I say. It's also about having a mindset that says this is something that matters in every policy area, seeing education as a vehicle for social justice, I think, and really committing, in terms of cost of the school day, there's actually an expectation that every local authority has a strategy, that every school takes part in it, but the Scottish Government resource that, so they actually directly employ people who can support councils and schools with developing those policies, and good practice sharing, bringing together experts, and particularly listening to parents, carers and children themselves. So I think those are some of the things that would make a real difference.
Let's move now to Cynhadledd, and you're going to talk to us perhaps about more, of course you represent the education workforce, and can you perhaps outline some of the problems they are seeing, some of the challenges they're seeing, and perhaps some of the solutions and measures that can be put in place to support, obviously, those teachers and then, of course, those learners.
Diolch, Cynhadledd. Yes, certainly. So I'm briefly going to talk about the start of the journey, really, and it follows on quite a lot from what you just said, Ellie. So getting this right, really, doesn't start with attendance problems or exam reform or curriculum reform, even though I am going to touch on that a little bit. It starts with understanding and valuing early years education, and it's critical that we get the start of the journey right, really. And, high quality early years education enables children to learn and thrive, as we know. And what our members are telling us is that practitioners, policymakers, leaders must truly understand play and its core place in the lives of the youngest children, right through, actually, to that essential social time that is often stripped away from the school day as young people move into secondary. So what lots of our members are telling us is pupils don't have that time, social time, to meet with each other at lunch times and break times, which is really essential to their mental health and their social well-being. So high quality early years education contributes, we feel strongly, to social equity, but critically it supports those who need it most from the earliest opportunities, basically. And our members are telling us, and NEU Cymru feel really strongly, that for far too long the educational importance of early years has been neglected. So many families who've got children with additional learning needs are struggling to access early education, and we know that access to early years nursery schools, reception classes with qualified teachers in place, for example, is patchy. The provision is patchy across Wales. So, that, from our point of view, is something that we need to look at. And some of the issues that our members tell us a lot about are school attendance figures. And again, many of the reasons why attendance is an issue link back to what Ellie was saying. You covered them very eloquently, I'm not going to repeat them. But school attendance figures are our starting point, really, because they lay bare a school system that's not working properly for all children and young people in Wales. And so, for example, the last academic year, nearly a third of pupils were persistently absent. So that's 31.9% of pupils have met the persistent absence threshold of 10% of sessions missed. And there are a variety of reasons for that we haven't got time to go into, but I think probably worryingly, the attendance rates declined steeply for year 11. So that's quite worrying here. So, you know, reforming qualifications presented a real chance to capture skills and abilities of young people in an equitable way outside of high stakes exams. So, you know, we're really proud that there's a system in Wales of non-exam assessments. However, what our members are telling us is the in-class timed assessments still look and feel like exams to young people. So it is continuing to create stress, and we know our members are telling us it's a huge creator of workload for them, so it has a negative impact rather than a positive. And I think just to follow on from that, the VCSEs, the new vocational GCSEs, there's an opportunity that, you know, they must be funded so they don't feel secondary. And the high quality professional learning for teachers is critical here. So they know how to teach the content effectively, and we are genuinely supporting all children and young people and celebrating those opportunities. I think the next thing that I'd like to say really is about children with additional learning needs, and I think we've got a real chance here to grasp what we have and to change it so it works for all those who access it. And I think whatever age they access it, from whatever background they're from and whatever their learning need is. And NEUCMRE certainly welcomes the opportunities like these to work collaboratively to discuss practical ways to remove those barriers. And I think to take it in a whole, there are lots of reasons why young people aren't accessing what's on offer currently in Wales in the best way that they can, and we need to have further conversations about what that looks like and the resolutions that we seek. But a really simple one is having the conversations is the starting point, not continuing to have conversations about them though, but to actually take some action. So the profession want things to be done with them and not to them, and I think that's really key. And rather than keep continually looking at new initiatives, what gets taken away, what do we have to stop doing, and what can we do better and more effectively? You know, we all want to champion and celebrate all young people and children and young people across Wales, and I think there's a better way to do that. And yeah, I think we need to seize the bull by the horns and get there. So yeah.
I mean, that attendance issue is something which is absolutely elemental, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because if those learners are not in school for whatever reasons, whatever those barriers are, then, you know, the journey stops there, doesn't it? And also we know that the intervention, the human cost and the cost to public services is going to increase exponentially, and those learners are not going to be able to avail themselves of the pathways that can take them beyond those barriers that have stopped them getting education in the first place. What would you like to see as regards specifically on attendance? We've had a lot of talk about attendance from Welsh Government. What do the workforce feel about what's currently being talked about?
Okay, so I think one of the things that I haven't said that I should say is, I think the attendance of children who have free school meals is lower, so we need to look at the connections there. I think we truly need to start to unpick and strip back what the issues are, what are the genuine barriers, and I think addressing public, you know, transport, how to get to settings, how to get to the right provision. I said earlier that early years provision is patchy across Wales. Is it a long way? Can I actually get there? Is it something as simple as the cost that the bus to get there? So I think, yeah, I think it's okay to have lots of statistics, and I try to avoid delivering those to give you the figures on attendance, but I think we actually have to sit down with practitioners. We have to look at what's happening in there, because obviously it's different across different settings and in different parts of Wales, and there'll be different reasons for that. But I think we have to talk, again, go back to NEUCMRE members would like to be spoken to a lot more and have any solution developed with them and not, like I said, do with them, not to them, which is really important.
There's that consistency of approaches there. We hear
Absolutely.
all the time when we, you know, obviously I speak a lot on child poverty, and when we talk about transport, for instance, we know that it's so different from local authority to local authority, so a consistent approach, I think is also key. That has to come
Great.
from Welsh Government, doesn't
Absolutely.
it? And funded. Gareth, I'm going to turn to you and the post-16 area. So challenges as regards participation, what opportunities can be created to overcome these challenges?
Okay, diolch.
Thank you.
First of all, it's really interesting to be speaking with my colleagues from the Compulsory Education Union and wider in terms of when we're talking about child poverty, because that's my background as a teacher. My biggest frustration before we go anywhere is we don't get these opportunities. I go to meetings of post-compulsory education alongside government, alongside other people, alongside stakeholders, but they're constantly talking about schools, and some of the information is just not correct. And I have to correct it because I've come from that sector. So first of all, we need that open dialogue, because anything I'm about to talk about is short-term. The long-term solutions don't exist in my sector, they exist in your sector. And unless we have an open dialogue about that, I was very proud. I always used to say there's more teachers coming from Wales than anywhere else. That was my starting point. I was very proud of that. Dwi'n byw yn Llanelli and Rhyddol Merthyr, I always add that bit because I'm proud of where I'm from, I'm proud of the community where I taught, where I went to school. I'm proud that I went to school in the Gwynedd Estate. I'm proud that two of the principals in further education colleges both went to the same school, Penydre and Merthyr Tydfil. And I taught in a different school, Cyfarthfa in Merthyr. I was told by my teachers, and I wasn't going to say this, but I was told by my teachers that going to university was a real way out of poverty, was but also a fantastic experience. Towards the end of my teaching career, we were more cautious about saying that. I'm going to start with a negative and work back, because I could talk about barriers all the time, and I don't want to talk about barriers for too long. I think they've been addressed and we know what they are to an extent. First of all, 30% participation rate. Okay, we can look at London, 50% participation rate. But Northern Ireland's got 40% participation rate. We should be appalled by that figure. And I want to break it down a little bit more. We are well aware that fantastic work's been done between schools and colleges, and the numbers of learners in colleges is going up. And while those learners may be level 1 and 2, that's still a positive. And long term, that could have a real positive impact in higher education, but not in the short term. And why is that? And let's start at the basics. Parity of esteem. If you're taking a vocational route or an academic route, I can't stand that term academia, so I just don't like it. That idea that you're only academic if you take one route and you're okay. What does that mean? Because it should be both. Because you do academia, you eventually have to work in the workplace. So, you know, we've lost a lot of things there. We've lost work experience. We've lost the sandwich courses. They've gone. So there are perfect solutions to these problems as long as whatever course you take, you can end up in the same place. So alongside somebody who wants to take a vocational route, if I'm doing a history degree, they're in my halls of residence, they're next door to me. I'm going to stay in contact with them. They haven't done those traditional subjects, but they're still with me. We're sharing that experience, which is why I wanted to go away to university, to meet people from different... I'm speaking later on UNDEB and the trade unions are speaking about the far right, about how do we move people away from that. Well, education is the first start, isn't it? Good work. And I'll be talking about that later on, so I don't want to talk about too much about that now. But one thing about this opportunity we've got now, none of our unions in the education sector, for teachers, for lecturers, for university professors, all of these people, professional services, none of us are affiliated to any political party. That's unique. So this is a real opportunity to work with. We will work with anyone who can change education. And so far, I have to be upfront, we've had an open door. So I'm going to come up with some of the suggestions, first of all. I'll start with my pet hate. Going to universities on open days and arriving there and seeing the cars in the car park. That would put me off straight away if I was a young person. I'd be saying, flipping heck, look at those cars. Where are the buses? I was talking to Nicola earlier about there are some areas, there are schemes that are being run in England. We shouldn't be looking to England for good schemes, but there are schemes in England where they're working, one called Shine, the project where they're encouraging more people to go away to university. Nicola was saying there are buses provided now from some colleges to universities. Quick solutions. Every single open day for a Welsh university, and I know about aspirations, where people want to go, they want to go, but we can still work on bringing people back who've been away. There's very little work done on that. But a bus from every college, every sixth form, to Welsh universities' open days is an obvious thing to do, and it's not happening. My son's experience was Seren Project. Oxford talked to him, and he had one lecture from Bangor. Imagine having a lecture in history from Bangor or Wrexham or any of our universities, and every single school joining that online. It's such an obvious thing to do. The wastage in the education sector by private companies coming in and giving inset. I put in for one of the very first research projects. I'm really proud of this to this day. I used what was then SEN pupils would now be ALL pupils. They still talk to me about this 25 years later. They went down to teach primary school pupils how to use a computer, how to do PowerPoint. That's showing my age. It was new. But for the first time in their life, they could show somebody how to do something rather, and they taught the teachers, they taught everyone. That research grant, I could work with the universities, I could work with whoever I wanted to. Within 3 years, my head told me what I could use that for. Because of staff, because of shortages. So there's a couple of things we can do. One, we need to make sure the workforce is secure. We've seen what's happening in some of our universities and potentially in one of our colleges, compulsory redundancies. How can we ask students to come to a university when there's talk of compulsory redundancies, cutting courses, nursing courses, for instance? How can we possibly talk about wanting the best universities when we're talking about compulsory redundancies in a sector we haven't had redundancies of this nature before? If we get that right, and we have those colleges delivering those buses and sixth forms to the colleges, and from the schools to the colleges, and this is a key bit, and this doesn't cost a fortune, if we can employ people from the universities and the colleges to work in schools on a permanent basis. I was in a college last week. 3 students came up to talk to me and said, oh, do you work for UCU, that's the University College Union? Can you give me some advice on which Welsh universities to go to? That is provided, but it's not on a permanent basis. You can't go in a college or a sixth form on any given day or any lunch hour and go to talk about a Welsh university. If they're not seeing those Welsh universities in the colleges or Welsh colleges in schools, some of them are, right? There's brilliant work being done. We're working really closely with Colegau Cymru and Universities Wales and other groups as well. I want to be clear, and Medwar, we're working really closely with them. But we need immediate action. We need those buses starting now, going to Welsh universities. We need somebody from the higher education, further education sector in the schools or somebody they can talk to. We need collaboration. So there's a lot of talk. The Welsh Back is a good example of this. It counts in universities, the Welsh Back. They're teaching people how to research. I'm not convinced that academic courses teaches people how to research. I can base it on my son's experience doing history. Very little work. That was new to him, that type of research at that level. So I think we've got to be really, really careful how we do qualifications reform. But we have to have parity of esteem. And it is what we've said over and over again in UCU. It doesn't matter the path you take, you should be able to get to the same place. Very little of that is what I've got written down. It's a subject that's really passionate to me and I could talk forever on, but I'm not going to. But those quick solutions, guaranteed jobs, research, and allowing proper participation by taking those students physically to a place rather than relying on middle-class parents and their ability to be able to afford to go across the country for open days. That's the starting point. Thank you.
Diolch yn fawr, and I'm sure some of the points you've got written down may come out in some of the discussion we have later. Wy'n mynd I droi at chi nawr, Kevin, a falle gallwch chi yn amlwg ma'ch portfolio chi'n llefarydd dros addysg a'r holl bethau yma yn bethau chi wedi bod yn ystyried o ran sut ych chi'n ymateb I weithredoedd y Llywodraeth a hefyd wrth feddwl am bolisïau Plaid Cymru yn y maes yma. Felly hoffech chi bigo lan ar rhai o'r pwyntiau sydd wedi cael eu codi yn ddod.
Diolch yn fawr iawn, Sioned, a diolch i'r panelwyr. Mae yna gymaint o bethau I ymateb iddyn nhw. Dwi jyst eisiau dechrau gyda blynyddoedd cynnar a tlodi plant. Mae rhaid I ni edrych ar beth mae'r Alban yn neud yn dda iawn I bilwrio'n erbyn effeithiau mwy eithafol tlodi plant. Mae angen I ni ddatganoli y gyfundrefn lles I Gymru fel bod ni'n dyfeisio polisïau ein hunain fel mae'r Alban wedi llwyddo I wneud. Plaid Cymru sydd yn benna gyfrifol am sicrhau bod yna brydiau ysgol am ddim I bob plentyn cynradd yng Nghymru. Mae hwnna'n mynd i'r afel yn uniongyrchol a thaclo tlodi ac ni'n hynod o falch fel plaid bod ni wedi gwthio am hynny fel rhan o'r cytundeb cydweithio rhwngddo ni a'r Llywodraeth. Ond wrth gwrs mae angen mynd ymhellach, mae angen ehangu gofal plant a ehangu blynyddoedd cynnar hefyd. A wi jyst eisiau ymateb I un pwynt nethoch chi ynglyn â tlodi. Mae yna dueddiad bod ni'n meddwl bod tlodi mewn ardaloedd trefol. Nes I gomisiynu gwaith blwyddyn yn ôl ar glodi gwledig. ac oedd e'n dangos yn glir bod yna lefelau uchel o dlodi gwledig, ond mae e dan y wyneb, mae'n cael ei guddio. Felly mae rhaid i ni feddwl am dlodi fel rhywbeth sydd ar draws Cymru gyfan. O ran ysgolion, a dau at y prifysgolion mewn eiliad, y pethau mae'r undebau ac athrawon dwi wedi siarad â nhw yn tynnu sylw o yw absenoldeb, i ni wedi cyfeirio at hynny'n barod. Y cynnydd mewn niferoedd o blant sydd gyda ganghenion dysgu ychwanegol, a mae hynny wedi cynyddu yn arw iawn ers Covid. Cam ymddygiad mewn ysgolion hefyd ar gynnydd, a hefyd cynnydd mewn problemau iechyd meddwl. Nawr, mae hynny gyd gyda'i gilydd yn cyfrannu at ddarlun sydd yn un heriol iawn i athrawon. A mae e'n iawn bod ni'n tynnu sylw at y heriau yma, ond mae e hefyd yn creu mewn ffordd rhyfedd iawn agwedd negyddol at y proffesiwn, sydd yn gwneud hi'n anodd wedyn i ni recriwtio athrawon a chadw athrawon yn y proffesiwn. Felly mae angen gwedd newid hynny i gyd. Felly un o'r syniadau sydd gan Blaid Cymru a rhywbeth dwi'n gweithio arno fer hyn o bryd yw sicrhau mewn ysgolion uwchradd bod y gwasanaethau cefnogol yna i ELN, i iechyd meddwl, i absenoldeb o ran cysylltu mwy gyda theuluoedd er mwyn sicrhau bod y plant yn dod i'r ysgol, cefnogaeth fel dwedes i iechyd meddwl a hefyd edrych ar gam ymddygiad, bod y gefnogaeth yna yn yr ysgol, bod e ar gael lle mae hynny'n bosibl ar gampws ysgolion uwchradd, fel bod ni yn gallu taclo y problemau neu'r heriau yna i gyd mewn un man. Nawr, mae gyda ni Llywodraeth Cymru ar hyn o bryd be maen nhw'n galw ysgolion cymunedol, ond dyn nhw ddim yn mynd yn ddigon pell o ran rhoi'r gefnogaeth cofleidiol the wrap-around care that we need for all those services that support absenteeism, mental health issues, ALN, and so on, disruptive behaviour. It's all there supported in secondary schools where that is possible. So that needs collaboration, across sectors as well. Coming to universities, Gareth, but not only the university sector, but the general post-16 sector. I want to look at an earlier sector as well, 14 to 16. That is where we need to invest more in better collaboration, because we've had this silo mentality of schools versus FE versus, or rather universities fit in somewhere in that broader picture. So we have an opportunity through MEDR in post-16 to create a strategy that brings schools and colleges and universities together so that universal provision is there, which includes vocational and the more traditional pathways to further and higher education. But what we need to look at as well is in 14 to 16, the VCSEs are coming on board in 2027, I believe. So we need that greater collaboration to happen earlier. We know absenteeism, disruptive behaviour in schools, a lot of it, and mental health as well, a lot of it has to do with the fact that children are not happy in school. They don't believe that school gives them what they need. So we need to ensure that other options are available, other learning pathways are available, and that means bringing the FE sector in particular together to offer a broader choice of options for 14 to 16-year-olds. But you're absolutely right, universities have a role to play as well in making that contact with young people and raising aspirations. Now, the three things I'd like to finish off with, Cynhadledd, is this. We need an overview of universities in Wales in terms of not only the funding model, but the fundamental question: what are our universities in Wales for? Right? At the moment, they stand as independent bodies. But the old University of Wales stood for something. It stood for improving the economy of Wales. It stood for, preparing young people for the public and private sectors, innovation, research, the entrepreneurs of tomorrow. So we need a better dialogue with universities about what are they giving to the Welsh economy and Welsh public life in general. Secondly, we need to look at a better funding model, which is more sustainable. And we need to look at the Seren scheme as well. The Seren scheme actually encourages our most talented young people to leave Wales. Now, what message does that give to our universities and to our sense of nationhood? That somehow, Welsh universities aren't good enough. If we really want to get on in the world, you need to go to England. Now, where do we hear that? It was with the treason of the Blue Books back in the 19th century, and we still have that same mentality. So we need to change that. I'd like Seren to look at trying to encourage children from poorer households, disadvantaged communities, to go to FE and to go to HE. That's what we need to do. And obviously, Welsh medium provision, part of the, the agenda towards creating 1 million Welsh speakers is a part of that as well. But I could say more, but I'll stop there.
Diolch yn fawr. Mae gyda ni rhyw 10 munud ar ôl. We've got about 10 minutes left. So I'm sure that the panelists would like to respond to some of the things that Kevin said, but maybe also that will come out in the questions. But I think before I open it to the floor, I will give you each a chance just to respond to the general conversation. If you could do that in a minute or two, and then we'll open it up to questions. So Ellie, would you like to go first?
I think it's really wonderful to hear you acknowledge the fact that for some young people, school is challenging. Mainstream education is not always as accessible and inclusive as we would like, and there does need to be viable alternatives where there is still the chance to have a good education. It's not seen as, sort of a second-rate kind of holding place for people who don't fit in. But I think recognising learner wellbeing is really, really important. We have really excellent data in Wales from the School Health Research Network that shows across quite a wide range of measures of wellbeing that most young people in Wales are less happy than older generations, but also that there's real socioeconomic difference there, and that unhappiness also intersects with other types of disadvantage. So, if you are also experiencing racism at school and your family have less resources at home, it can be really, really challenging. And again, I think one of the solutions to that is really empowering the teaching workforce, where there's some really good practice and passion for addressing these issues, but making sure that they're actually given proper support and being really listened to about the solutions as well. But I think and again, the universities, and just seeing that as a civic good, as something that should be bringing benefits to everyone, because the passion for learning is there. People really want those opportunities. At the moment, the cost of furthering your education, particularly if you perhaps left education at a younger age and would like to go back, it's really prohibitive. So anything that can be done to enable people to have that joy of learning and for it to be something that you can participate in throughout the life course is fantastic.
Yeah, I didn't talk about funding because you asked for quick solutions, but I think it would be remiss of me not to mention it. Feels a bit like the elephant in the room. Obviously, we need increased investment, but that needs to be sustained if we're going to achieve all of the things that we need to achieve. But I really welcome you talking about a more holistic approach, because one of the things that I didn't touch on, but you really reminded me of that when you were speaking, Kevin, was the how well we talk to and work with other people. So one of the things that's really been cut because of funding is really effective and strong pastoral support in schools, and how schools connect with external agencies and work really well with CAMS and social services to support. So we really, our members tell us that some children are being referred to CAMS and they're waiting for 3 years for an appointment, which, I think one of the key things I'd like to get across really is workload. Teachers and school leaders know what they need to do. They know what high quality provision looks like. They're the experts. They need time to focus on children, so we really need to tackle workload to allow them to do that. And I think that it's integral, really, that we work together. Otherwise, we won't achieve that. And I think the wider economic success in Wales is only going to be secured if we support and develop the skills and potential of all young people. And thank you, Diolch.
Yeah, I'll be really quick. I welcome what's just been said. 14 to 16 is a problem unless we deal with it quickly, because it's not covered by Medur. So we need to be in the room together. We're not. I'll be upfront. I think the education unions and post-compulsory and compulsory education unions are working collaboratively together, because we put ourselves in the room. We're often not put in the room together. So those solutions are not going to work unless that happens. Anything done to our members, effectively, we need to be in the room for. And we do have a Welsh way of working in a very collaborative way. So as you've heard today, we're offering solutions as well. I should have mentioned as well, we're working really collaboratively with the National Union of Students. That's really exciting, some of the work that we're developing there. Ideally, we'd have branches in all of our colleges, but that's something really exciting. But I'll just mention two very quick things. One, we're working on a workload project in Coleg Cymru, with Coleg Cymru and alongside our sister unions as well. Part of the thing there is pastoral coaches, to look at the ALN student support. But we all raise the same issue. Unless that's sustained, we don't want the same mess up where we come up with a great scheme that's funded for 2 years and it's gone. It's got to be proper roles, because people use it as a stepping stone. Or they get really used to that person and then they leave to a better thing. That should be the better thing, that they want to be a pastoral coach. It doesn't mean this idea you've got to become a teacher, that in itself should be something really exciting to work in. And in terms of the university funding model, totally with you. UCU's got a national campaign in Wales, but also a wider campaign in Northern Ireland, Wales, England and Scotland, working collaboratively together. So we've got rallies set up, because at the moment we know a lot of that money has got to come from a different area. But I will call out to any employers, if they can avoid compulsory redundancies, we will work closely with them. If that doesn't happen, we're going to have a problem in the sector. So if they can give us a breathing space, we can work all these exciting things going forward.
If I could just quickly respond, the question for the panel was, do we need to revolutionise the education system? We need a radical change, because we have some of the worst PISA results in Europe, and they've been going down, decreasingly over many, many years. Worst numeracy literacy rates in not only the UK, but across Europe, despite having fantastic teachers. So something is going wrong in the system somewhere. Now, Gareth, in your first contribution, you made a really important point about the parity of esteem. If we are looking for alternative options, be it vocational, apprenticeship pathways, whatever it is, let's get rid of this snobbery that we have around that learning pathway. It should be seen as equally important, equally as challenging, and equally as rewarding as well for the young people. Because what we tend to do is to fit the young people into some kind of ideology and some kind of, strategic plan. We need to look at what the needs of those young people are and tailor, the provision around that. And my final point on it, I know time is going. In terms of university, Plaid Cymru have done some research work with London Economics, looking at tweaking maybe the maintenance grant for those leaving Wales for universities across the border. 40% of those students leave Wales to universities in England mainly. So if we tweaked the support, not that we want to stop them if they want to go, that's not the point that I'm making, but we need to maybe prioritise support for those staying in Wales. That would be something that the universities is welcome as well. Because I was in a secondary school in Caerphilly yesterday as part of the review that the Children, Young People and Education Committee is doing on post-16. And I spoke to about 30 sixth formers, and I asked them where do they want to go after school? And all of them said university. Well, nearly everyone did. So I said, where would you like to go? And almost every one of them said universities in England. So, that is so unusual because in Scotland, most stay in Scotland, Northern Ireland, most stay there. So, we need to look at that as how we get more Welsh domiciled students to stay in Wales, because we need the brightest talent to stay here, to build our economy, to improve public services and so on. So we need to revolutionise the way we send those messages to young people about, where they want to go to HE.
Diolch i chi gyd. We haven't got a lot of time left for questions. It's such a wide-ranging discussion, but really valuable, I think. We've got a couple of minutes for questions. Oes gyda unrhyw sylw neu gwestiwn a triwch cadw yn gryno os fedrwch chi. A falle os hoffech chi gyfeirio at pwy hoffech chi ateb y cwestiwn.
Yeah, I mean, finance is the elephant in the room. And yesterday, the Cardiff University MCU branch put out publicly that 1,400 academic staff still under threat of compulsory redundancy, while the university is setting up a European branch, as it were, while it sits on millions of reserves.
Yeah.
Yet they're putting that threat out there, which Welsh students will be looking at that and thinking, why on earth do I want to go to Cardiff?
Yeah.
So question about, perhaps some people didn't hear that on the microphone, we will have for the next question, on the fact that Cardiff University, while looking to make compulsory redundancies, are opening up a branch in Kazakhstan, I believe, is it?
Yes, it is, yeah.
Gareth, briefly on that?
I'm happy to speak to you again about this later as well, but very quickly, industrial action is really rare in this sector, so we have balloted our members. We're absolutely appalled by that decision, the way it was announced. We had no idea that was happening. In terms of, I know we're in social partnership, we were supposed to be in partnership, we didn't have that information. The branch have tried everything they can. There's ongoing talks this week. We would call, what I've been calling for is breathing space, that they rule out compulsory redundancies and we start again. I don't disagree with anything you've just said. It's appalling. That's the question that people are asking me more than any other. So I reiterate what I said earlier on today. It's important that we have breathing space. It's important the pressure is put on that institution to rule out compulsory redundancies and come back to the table, or we will, as we are, resort to action, which is very, very rare and something we don't often have to do in Wales.
It's flashing red, so one more question.
Somebody in the back.
Hi, Sam Williams from Learning Disability Wales. We believe very strongly in an inclusive education system, but currently in Wales it's not working for pupils with additional learning needs who are more likely to be excluded and more likely to be bullied and have problems in school and less likely to achieve qualifications as their peers. So how do we make the education system in Wales more inclusive rather than trying to fit children with additional learning needs into a system that simply doesn't work from them, and then trying to make children behave in a certain way, and attendance again is a big issue for these children, not because they don't want to learn. It's not, but school is not a good place or safe place for them, and we fear that we're going backwards with this, and families, because of the problems with mainstream, are choosing to put their children then into special schools, whereas we feel that actually what needs to happen is mainstream education needs to change to make sure that it's more inclusive for all children.
Yeah, Sam, I mean, the Welsh Government talk about the social model a lot, but we see that doesn't really exist in many educational settings, and you'll know the Equality and Social Justice Committee that I'm a member of has just looked at the disability employment gap, and we looked specific, which is the worst in Wales, by the way, in the UK. We looked at specifically that 14 to 16 sector as well, about people not being deemed to be suitable or to go on work experience, people with disability and learning disability being left behind, quite literally, when things happen in schools. That aspiration raising, understanding what pathways are open to people, those different pathways. So I think there's a long way, and it's so prescient, isn't it, with what's happening at the moment. We really need to have a focus on this, I believe. Would anyone else just like to comment briefly on that?
I mean, I can definitely say that I think we talk about revolutionising education. A really fundamental change that needs to come is for schools to genuinely respect children's rights and to also uphold the rights of disabled children, particularly to really recognise the social model of disability, and for schools to be places that belong as much to the learners and their families as as two policymakers and educators, but somewhere where, you know, we use terms like pupil voice and things, but, you know, for it to be genuinely meaningful, how do you ensure that you're really listening to and taking action on the issues that children and their families are telling you about? How is that possible? Because there are schools that achieve it, and we're actually getting better in primary school, but the real problem is really, you know, in our secondary and sort of comprehensive education, particularly, where lots and lots of young people do just eventually have no choice but to not attend. And, you know, I'm not saying that we know what all the answers are yet, but by using kind of participatory methods and really respecting children's rights in education, and particularly, I think, really thinking hard about how do we get better at having that social model of disability, you know, that's something that a lot of the teaching workforce would also support, I think.
Absolutely. I'll be really quick. I think one of the things that I would say is that if we go back to that main theme of revolutionising, there are different ways that we can support children with ALN, but many of the local authorities are using systems that are out of date, and they're not supporting. And I go back to you know, access to CAMS, services that are really going to support and that you can work collaboratively within school, it is an issue. And also the transition, of course, from an old system to a new system. It's not identifying as many children with additional learning needs, but they haven't gone away. They're still there. So I think we need to be really honest about that needs sustained investment. I'm going to go back to the funding again, but actually there are really different ways of doing it, and we have to be brave, but we have to speak to the practitioners who know. We have to speak to the children and the young people as well about what they need and how they access it to be truly good. So thank you, Sam, for raising
Sorry,
that.
just for that issue continues into further education and higher education as well, and what we talk about accessibility and parity of esteem. So it starts earlier, but this is a problem for all of our sectors. It's a really good question.
Diolch yn fawr iawn. Sori oedd dim mwy o amser gyda ni am gwestiynau. Dwi'n meddwl oedd safon y gwybodaeth yn uchel, a dwi'n meddwl bod ni gyd wedi elwa o glywed y gwahanol safbwyntiau sy'n holl bwysig i greu y chwildro rydyn ni angen gweld ar lle sy'n pobl ifanc a hefyd ar lle sy'n cenedl. Felly, dangoswch eich gwerthfawrogiad i'r panel.
Mae'n bleser nawr cael croesawu ein siaradwr gwadd i'r gynhadledd, sydd wedi teithio o ogledd ddwyrain yr Alban i fod gyda ni heddiw. Our fraternal speaker this year spent most of his life in Belfast working in health and social care, and later became a coach driver and tour guide. After moving to Scotland, he was elected as a councillor in 2022, and only 2 years later in the general election managed to unseat the leader of the Tories in Scotland by gaining the new seat of Aberdeenshire North and Moray East for the SNP. Please give a very warm welcome, rowch groeso arbennig, I Seamus Logan.
Hello, conference, and thank you for that very warm welcome. Can I say, first of all, Brynhon, and good afternoon. Or as they say in Fraserburgh, where I live, fit like. I'm sure none of you know me. Seamus Logan's my name. Thank you for that introduction. You stole my thunder. Yes, my claim to fame is that I took down the leader of the Tory party in Scotland in July. So people have been saying to me this morning, how are you feeling? How are you feeling? Well, I have to say I'm so honoured to be invited to speak to your conference. It's a big deal for me. But I do feel a bit like, you know that famous Morecambe and Wise sketch with Andre Previn? I've got all the right words, but not necessarily in the right order. Maybe some of you are Father Ted fans? So you know that episode where Ted's standing outside Mass afterwards and this parishioner comes out and he says to him, "Father, what the hell was that sermon about?" You may be saying that after I've spoken, but anyway. So before beginning, I'd like to say, diolch, it's a privilege to be here to address you. What are my connections to Wales? I'd love to say they are as distinguished as St. Patrick, who may have been Welsh, but alas, no. But as a boy, I became a supporter of Cardiff City FC. In the days of John Toshak, Brian Clark, Bobby Woodruff, Gil Rees, Phil Dwyer, and many, many more stars that I idolised in my youth. Only a couple of weeks ago, sadly, my near neighbour in Fraserburgh in Aberdeenshire, a man called Brian Newlands, passed away. Brian was a talented footballer who played for Cardiff City alongside the great John Toshak. So what a small world it truly is. For someone born in Ireland representing a Scottish seat in the House of Commons in London, and now speaking at a party conference in Wales, this is quite a peculiar journey. But the UK is, I'm sure you would agree, by its very conception, peculiar. While the general election last year was a disappointing night for the SNP in Scotland, it was heartening to see Plaid Cymru achieve their best ever general election result in terms of vote share, and I congratulate you, well done. That result, I believe, is directly linked to the dedication by Plaid members and the party's vision for a better Wales, appealing to voters against the Westminster status quo. Now, conference, I'd also like to pay tribute to the tireless work done by Plaid MPs in Westminster, Liz Saville-Roberts, Ben Lake, Ann Davis, and Cliona Smitty. Give them a round of applause, because I can tell you, they are passionate defenders of Wales and Westminster, and an endless source of inspiration to me and to my SNP colleagues. While Westminster can be a lonely place to pro-independence parties, Plaid MPs certainly make it less lonely and certainly more lively. Cliona will recall how her fantastic DM boots inspired me to search for a similar pair for my wife last Christmas. Alas, I couldn't find any, so watch your boots, Cliona, I may nick them. As DEFRA spokesperson for the SNP, I've spoken in many debates against Labour's family farm tax, with Ann Davis also speaking out very well. It's a shame they don't listen to us about how disastrous this policy is to rural communities and to our economic security and our food security. Maybe it's because of our accents, I don't know. But conference, while our parties represent different countries, we share a tremendous amount in common. We are the parties that stand up for Wales and for Scotland, respectively. Our cooperation and our life experience is our strength. Plaid under Chrian have been absolutely incredible. leading the charge against Labour in the Senate, but also working together constructively in the past. Devolution does not allow for the ability to dismiss other parties the way Westminster often does. This has been the SNP experience in Holyrood also. Another key difference between our parties and others is that we want to reverse the disastrous damage Brexit has inflicted on our countries. While other UK parties are perfectly happy, it seems, with Brexit Britain, we know the economic harm that it has caused and will continue to cause for generations to come. It means less opportunities for people in our countries and significant barriers to trade with our closest trading partners. The gaps caused by Brexit are even more apparent when we consider the increase in defence spending in Europe now required. Starmer, claiming to act as a bridge between Europe and America, risks putting the UK at the whims of Trump and his America First foreign policy. Now, while I was not an MP at the time, I remember our parties working together to try and bring an immediate ceasefire in Gaza when that horrific and harrowing violence erupted 2 years ago. And my God, this last few days have been horrific. Our work with you in the Middle East has put pressure on the UK government in the most difficult of global situations, and long may it continue. Our parties will always uphold human rights and international law and seek to protect the most vulnerable around the world. Conference, we know that Westminster doesn't work in our interests. It's slow-moving, it's ancient and anachronistic in so many ways, and it's indifferent to the real change that people want and need in their lives. Our parties offer an alternative, a real alternative to the Westminster status quo. Since the SNP came into government in 2007, we have delivered for Scotland. Through devolution and political will, we have delivered world-leading policies that have put the most vulnerable first, that help our young people and our older people, and we have invested in our public services, all the while mitigating against the worst of Westminster's policies. Children born in Scotland and their parents benefit from a baby box full of essentials, giving every child an equal start in life. Children born, if a family is in poverty, they are supported by the Scottish Child Payment, a payment of £25 per week for every child. Conference, for families on the lowest incomes facing the most severe difficulties while raising a child, it is truly a game changer. Indeed, Scotland is the only part of the UK predicted to see a reduction in child poverty by 2029, according to research by the Joseph Rowntree Foundation. That same young person can then benefit from free bus travel to get to school, college, university, or to their first job. And getting our young people moving and encouraging usage of public transport comes with one fell swoop. If they decide to go on to university, they will not pay a penny in tuition fees. And we all remember the broken promises of the Liberal Democrats when it came to tuition fees. University in Scotland is not just free to our young people, it's valuable as well. We boast some of the oldest and some of the best universities in the world, and I'm very happy to say so does Wales. Taxpayers in Scotland will, on average, benefit from paying less in income tax than those in England. Now, let me say that again, in case people tell you that people pay more tax in Scotland. A majority of taxpayers in Scotland pay less than their counterparts in England, and as a result, we are seeing an increase in the numbers of taxpayers in every single tax band. If people become ill in Scotland, they'll receive free prescriptions. If they become worse and have to go to hospital, they will be seen by the most valued NHS staff in the UK. Last year, our NHS workers were awarded the best pay award package in the UK because it was the right thing to do. And will people grow old in Scotland, they will receive free personal care. And from this winter, every pensioner household in Scotland will receive a winter fuel payment, in stark contrast to actions taken in London. Conference, the SNP Scottish Government have been delivering for Scotland since 2007, and we will continue to do so with the support of the people. At a time when the UK Government is planning cuts to benefits, the Scottish Government have just this month announced that all devolved benefits will increase by 1.7%. Conference, that is the difference between the values of our parties and the parties of Westminster. While in government, we haven't been immune to Westminster cuts. Indeed, we have often had to allocate money just to mitigate Westminster policies. Even now, we still have to do this. While the Chancellor cites the poor financial situation she inherited from the Conservatives for her brutal cuts, the SNP have been dealing with a poor financial situation in Scotland since coming into power. We came to power right before the 2008 financial crash. We governed throughout 14 years of Tory austerity, suffered the consequences of Brexit, and now we're facing even more cuts and disastrous policies from Labour. A poor financial situation is not an excuse to not prioritise the most vulnerable in society, to not be ambitious, to not do the right thing. Politics is about a choice. It always has been. The SNP has chosen and will always choose to stand up for people living in Scotland, and we will work every single day to make Scotland the best place to grow up in, the best place to work, and the best place to grow old in as well. And I'm sure you share that ambition for Wales also. While devolution is not the limit of our ambition for our respective countries, it can make a profound difference, but only when a party that puts its people first are in charge. We've seen this in Scotland, and I'm sure we will see it soon in Wales with a future Plaid government. No pressure conference. We know what works best. Decisions affecting Scotland should be made in Scotland. Decisions affecting Wales should be made in Wales. Conference, this is not a controversial statement. We have a vision for the future, one where people don't have to rely on food banks, where they don't have a government that shrugs its shoulders to the worst instances of poverty and constantly grumbles and mumbles something about a 22 billion black hole. I can't count the number of times I've heard that in the chamber. People know the Westminster parties do not offer a vision for the future like we do. Our vision doesn't have London at the centre. It has people from Scotland and Wales making their own decisions about the future that they want. Our parties offer hope. They offer change to the broken London-Westminster status quo that offers little for Scotland or Wales. The status quo deprives our countries of their autonomy. It takes our resources and our taxes and hands back money, pocket money, less than we should have based on our needs. Just last autumn, we in Scotland were told to be grateful. We should be grateful for the UK government's budget that gave us national insurance rises of 550 million, and then expect us to be thankful for 300 million to mitigate their own policy. We may have a new party in the UK government, but Scotland and Wales are still experiencing chronic failures from decisions made in Westminster. I was incensed to read that Labour have no plans to devolve the Crown Estate to Wales, something that has been enjoyed by Scotland since devolution in 1999. I believe it was the Welsh Secretary who said that it would put jobs at risk. So much for the party of devolution. Devolution is all about working together. Imagine my shock when Scottish Labour abstained on voting on the Scottish budget, a budget to deliver better public services, end the two-child cap and benefits, introduce a Scottish winter fuel payment, and they abstained after denouncing it so strongly and refusing to engage with my SNP colleagues in Holyrood. It reminds me of a certain Welsh Tory leader who couldn't be bothered turning up to a vote against a Welsh Labour budget a few months ago, as far as I remember. My short time in Westminster has been enlightening. A few other words I could use, but we'll just leave it at that. It's a deeply outdated place. It seems out of touch with the concerns faced by most people on a daily basis across these islands. Farmers, fishers, young people, older people, people in benefits, employers, asylum seekers and refugees, WASPy women, energy bill payers, and the list goes on. 2026 represents a huge opportunity for pro-independence parties, such as Plaid and the SNP, to win big and deliver for communities in our countries. The conference, I've tried to set out what the SNP stand for, but this is a question I often ask myself. What do the other big parties stand for? What do they actually stand for? For Labour, It's not the list I just mentioned. I'm old enough to remember a Labour Party that used to stand up for pensioners, for people on benefits, for people struggling with the cost of living, such as energy bills. I honestly struggle to see the difference between this Labour Party and the Tories. I just cannot see the difference. They've scrapped universal winter fuel payments. They've introduced national insurance charges on GPs, care homes, charities, hospices like Marie Curie that I saw in the arena today. A GB energy company that doesn't actually generate electricity. Never mind the backtracking on how many jobs will be in Aberdeen. And a chief executive officer based in Manchester. A department for work and pensions that doesn't seem to support those in work or in receipt of a pension. See, I remember Keir Starmer's slogan when he was standing for Labour leader in 2020. It was, and I quote, "Keir Starmer, another future is possible." He just never seemed to mention that it would be a worse future. I'd like to take a moment to remember some of the key pledges he made back in 2020 when he was seeking to become the leader. He pledged, and I just want to remind you, he pledged to end the cruel universal credit sanctions regime, to increase income tax on top earners and corporations, to abolish tuition fees, to put human rights at the heart of foreign policy, to defend free movement as we left the European Union, an immigration system based on compassion and dignity, work with the trade unions to stand up for working people, redistribute power, wealth and opportunity away from Whitehall, a federal system to fully devolve more powers, abolishing the House of Lords and replacing it with an elected chamber in the regions and nations. Well, how times have changed, and Keir seems to have forgotten them all. But since winning the general election in 2024, Labour had genuinely surprised me. I never thought I would see a winning party with such a huge majority turn so bad so quickly. Of course, maybe Welsh colleagues in Plaid could have predicted this for me, following Vaughan Gething's short tenure as Labour's First Minister. Now, turning to the Conservatives, under Kemi Badenoch, they are in utter free fall, clinging desperately for attention against reform and proudly proclaiming that she does not plan on having any policies for years. We will see if she remains as leader by the time she has these bold ideas. Or perhaps her bold idea will be to stand down. When in government, the Conservatives treated Scotland and Wales with such disdain and a total lack of respect. We were not properly consulted on the Internal Market Act, COVID-19 planning, or how Brexit would impact on us. Instead, the Tories focused on any piece of legislation that came to mind or was the flavour of the month. Who could forget Boris Johnson's proposals for a bridge across the Irish Sea? But to be honest with you, I would just love to forget Boris Johnson. But the rise of reform is worrying. Remember, certainly in my constituency and other parts of Scotland, almost 40% of the electorate didn't turn out to vote. And we could be looking at a problem if reform tap into those disillusioned voters. But they represent a return to the worst aspects of Thatcherism, now on steroids. Weakening our NHS, cutting key public services, reversing net zero policies that we need to address the climate emergency. More disturbingly, they are slow to support Ukraine, quick to praise Trump, no matter the consequences to the ongoing Russian illegal invasion of Ukraine. Now, speaking of President Trump, I was bewildered when I found out that Keir Starmer had invited the man who treated Zelensky with such contempt to an unprecedented second state visit to the UK. I will say now, conference, the Prime Minister should not have issued that invite in light of how President Zelensky was treated by Trump and Vance just the next day. I am glad, in fact, I'm proud that our parties stand together resolutely against reform and their dangerous policies. Conference, we know that when people are voting for reform, they aren't voting for true reform. They're voting for Farage, for what I call little Englander politics. They hanker for the good old colonial days. Farage will not deliver the change that people need. He and his fellow travellers will instead make the UK worse off. Therefore, only our parties can deliver for our nations. We have seen what the Conservatives have done, what Labour are doing, and what Reform will do if they get in. We say no to all of that, and yes to policies that deliver for the poorest in society, invest in our key public services, and that sees our nations take their place on the global stage as sovereign European nations. Conference 2026 will be the key test for our party and for our respective independence movements. But I believe we can rise to that challenge. Following next year's elections, I look forward to seeing an SNP-led Scottish Government and a Plaid-led Welsh Government working together to improve the lives of our people. We have a great deal to learn from each other, and we need to stand together more than ever. Conference, you have the determination, the energy, and a vision for Wales that I know will resonate with voters up and down the country. Let's win these elections to improve our countries, our communities, and lead our nations to take our place on the world stage. May the cooperation between our parties long continue. I would like to thank you again for having me here to this wonderful event. Diolch. Thank you.
We now turn to the main event of the day. Our next speaker works tirelessly to take our message of fairness and ambition to every part of Wales. His strong and compassionate leadership is inspiring more and more people to join us as we head towards next year's Senedd elections. So please join me in welcoming to the stage our leader and candidate for First Minister, Rhyn ap Iorwerth.
Hyfryd eich gweld chi. Gyfeillion, diolch yn fawr am y croeso. Mae hi'n hyfryd bod yma am lys gymaint ohonoch chi. A hithan flwyddyn mor arwyddocaol yn hanes yn plaid ni. Dwi'n gobeithio gwneud y gynulleidfa ehangach faddau fi am gymryd munud bach ar y dechrau fel hyn i sôn am achlysur yn canlwyddiant ni fel plaid. Di ddim cweit yn amser i fi ddymuno penblwydd hapus i Blaid Cymru eto. Mi ddaw'r cyfle swyddogol hwnnw yn y Steddfod Genedlaethol yn Wrecsam mis Awst, a dwi'n edrych ymlaen yn fawr iawn am hynny. Ond dwi am edrych yn ôl ar ganrif o'n bodolaeth ni, a beth sydd dros y ganrif honno wedi gwneud yn plaid ni yn gwbl unigryw yng ngwleidyddiaeth Cymru. Mi ges i dipyn o hwyl yn ymchwilio i efo be ac efo pwy da ni'n rhannu'n penblwydd, rhai o'r pethau eraill na sy'n yn y llyfrau hanes yn y benod 1925. Teg deud bod yna rei sy'n fwy o faterion dathlu na'i gilydd. Sut mae technoleg wedi datblygu, dyna pryd gafodd y lluniau teledu cyntaf i darlledu gan John Logie Baird. Mae'n debyg mai dyna pryd dechreuodd Clough Williams-Ellis adeiladu pentre Portmeirion. Genedigaethau gwleidyddol o bwys, oedd hi'n flwyddyn geni Tony Benn a geni Margaret Thatcher hefyd. Ie, gwell symud ymlaen yn sydyn, dwi'n meddwl. Ac union gan mlynedd i heddiw, mi chwaraeodd yr Alban gêm rygbi ryngwladol yn Murrayfield am y tro cyntaf yn curo Lloegr. Rwan ganrif yn ddiweddarach, mae Portmeirion yn drysor cenedlaethol. Da ni'n dal yn cyfri cost dyddiau Thatcher, a da ni dal fel yr Alban nôl yn 1925 yn cael boddhad mawr pan da ni yn curo Lloegr yn y rygbi, ond yn teimlo'r boen i'r byw pan da ni'n colli, ond mi ddaw dyddiau gwell, dwi'n siŵr o hynny. Ond ganrif yn ddiweddarach, be di'n gwaddol ni fel plaid? O wreichion gres a gobaith 1925, be sy'n dal heddiw yn sicrhau fod tan yn boliau ni o hyd yn 2025 i fyny y gorau i Gymru. It was Martin Luther King who said, you don't have to see the whole staircase, just take the first step. And that's precisely what happened 100 years ago in the Maes Gwyn Hotel in Pwllheli when a Blaid Genedlaethol, the National Party, was established. We can only hope that those who met on that August day with vision and determination would be proud of their enduring legacy today. By the way, the story has it that the reason DJ Williams, one of the early Plaid Cymru giants, of course, missed that fateful meeting was because his train was late getting into Pwllheli. Some things never change, I guess. But friends, as we remember those who came before us, let me take a moment to pay tribute to two of them for their contributions, not only to our party, but to our nation too. David Ellis Thomas's service to Wales was driven by a sense of vision and purpose, and no lack of charisma. As a key architect of Wales's modern democracy, I know David would want us to keep building the inclusive, outward-looking, green and European Wales we all want to see. Diolch, David, am helpu I osod seiliau cadarn ar gyfer dyfodol ein cenedl. A da ni'n cofio Emrys Roberts. nath gymaint i arwain twf y blaid yng nghymoedd y de yn arbennig. Dath yn agos at gael ei ethol yn aelod seneddol Merthyr Tydfil cyn dod y cyntaf erioed i arwain cyngor sir Plaid Cymru yn y dre honno yn 1976. Diolch i bobl fel Emrys, mae ôl troed etholiadol Plaid Cymru i weld ym mhob cwr o'r wlad. So a century may have passed since Plaid Cymru came into being, but not a day goes by without the realization that each and every one of us stands on the shoulders of those giants. Mark Twain once said that history doesn't repeat, but it often rhymes, and it certainly does. There are many constants, aren't there, to be found in the challenges our party has tried to address, has sought to overcome since its inception 100 years ago. Poverty, lack of opportunity, economic stagnation, continuous injustices at the hands of Westminster, whether the government is red or blue. But Plaid Cymru has been consistent in its conviction, resolute in its resolve, to say that this is not as good as it gets for Wales. Because unlike Labour, we won't say one thing in opposition and another thing in power, time and time again, slamming Tory austerity, then delivering their own austerity. We won't waver on 1950s women or on the Crown estates. And unlike the Tories, well, it hasn't taken us 15 years to decide that Wales is, after all, owed billions from England-only spend on HS2, demanding action now when they can't deliver it, silent when they could have. Because our principles, well, they're not dictated by our proximity to power, are they? They're driven by what is best for Wales. And despite the challenges, the many threats to our communities, our language, our industries, our culture, everything we hold dear, Dafydd Iwan is right. Dan ni yma o hyd. We are very much still here. But being yma o hyd in itself isn't enough. Yma I beth? That is the question. It's not just we are here, it's what are we here for? It's a question we ask ourselves today. We have an election to win next year, a new Wales to win, and we have to be clear what it is that we're trying to mend, what the vision is for Wales. Of course, it's a question that we can ask in a worldwide context too. I, like so many of you, grew up in the shadow of the Cold War. And the international chill that's returned in recent months is something that worries us all greatly. We've drawn strength from standing together internationally, but seeing a new president tearing up the Paris Climate Agreement, withdrawing from the World Health Organization, threatening the Palestinian people with ethnic cleansing, siding with the Russian aggressor, these things go against the grain of all I and we stand for. Curtailing trans rights, banning the use of federal funding for abortion and continuing an assault on women's rights, attacking diversity and equality as bad things. And many Americans I know are as worried as I am, of course. But whilst it's so easy to feel despondent, to despair at how a change of leadership can set back an entire society, set back the world, let's remember the actions of Bishop Marian Edgar Buddy, her courage and defiance to look a president in the eye and speak the truth, whatever the consequences, should inspire us all. Courage calls to courage everywhere, and its voice cannot be denied. That suffragist mantra rings just as true now as it did when it was first uttered more than a century ago, because be in no doubt, those wishing to silence that voice are more energized, more organized, more enfranchised than they have been in a very long time. So as Trump and Musk and Farage and their followers seek to profit from the currency of fear and hate, we too must show courage. We must be united and determined in exposing those morally bankrupt millionaires and billionaires who know the price of everything and the value of nothing. Trump believes in Trump. Musk believes in Musk. Farage believes in Farage. Beware these men whose only real ideology is their ego. But if we can show courage to speak up for the vulnerable, to call out discrimination, to challenge injustice and seek prosperity through equality and fairness, we can make sure that our voice is heard. From Kharkiv to Khan Yunis, we stand with the innocent civilians of Ukraine and Gaza. Friends, the genocide against the Palestinian people is the most heinous crime the world has seen in recent memory. The horror of October the 7th shocked us too. And the world condemned the terror then, and I still do, we all do. But the Israeli government must be held to account for its abhorrent actions in punishing an entire population. And as the so-called leader of the free world chooses to empower the Kremlin, we must join our European neighbours in showing solidarity with Ukraine and its people. Our message is clear. We must support the right to self-determination and stand for peace, not appeasement. So across the world, and in our own communities, an unparalleled determination is needed to chart a better course. Conference, this is no time for half measures, for managerialism, or for mediocrity, as political winds and whims buffet like never before, as snake oil merchants trade on fear, as the establishments retreats to the routine at the expense of the radical, and as Wales is vetoed by Westminster, we must prepare for our next century with a single-mindedness that heralds a Welsh revival. There was a time when that very possibility was floating in the air. Consider what the late Rhodri Morgan told a Labour audience in his 2009 conference speech. He said this: over the decade of devolution, I've seen Wales grow enormously in confidence, learning the art of government, getting used to making our own decisions, moving away from the old culture of blaming others for anything that goes wrong. We would not and could not go back to the old days of going on bended knee for help from the likes of William Hague and John Redwood, those figures from what now seems like a prehistoric past. That era is over forever and ever. Finito, dead as a Norwegian blue dodo, he said, as only Rhodri Morgan could, to be fair. Except, of course, that the Norwegian blue dodo has risen again. A red-feathered phoenix, bowing its head to Westminster. For Hague and Redwood, see Starmer and Reeves. When it comes to Wales, they're blockers, not builders. Let it sink in. We were told that we would not and could not go back to the old days of going on bended knee for help. Well, friends, the carpet is threadbare from the bended knee, the winter fuel payments, the two-child cap, national insurance, inheritance tax, threatening the family farm, HS2, fair funding, the devolution of the Crown Estate, policing and justice. I could go on, but you get a sense of the roll call of shame. And they have the temerity to criticise us for our belief that decisions affecting Wales should be made in Wales. At least we have a plan and we believe in something. We believe in Wales's potential, in Wales's future, which is much more than can be said about them. Felly, rhan pwysig o'r ateb i'r cwestiwn yma I beth ydy y mae gynnig rhywbeth gwahanol. Yn rhedeg drwy'n DNA ni am ganrif, fy'r penderfynoldeb nid yn unig I sefyll I fyny dros fuddiannau Cymru, ond I weld yn cenedl yn cymryd cam a breision ymlaen. Tryweryn, buddigoliaeth Gwynfor, deddfiaeth, cefnogi'r glowyr, gweithwyr ffyrodo a phensiynwyr ASW, iawndal i'r chwarelwyr, gwrthwynebu rhyfel Irac, referendwm 97, pwer a deddfu llawn, prydau ysgol am ddim. Drwy'r degawdau, da ni wedi gallu gweiddi'n falch y buon ni yno o hyd, yn ddyfal ac yn ddi droi nôl, yn ymgyrchu, yn ymbweru, yn ymrafael, yn ymateb i alwad Cymru. Ar ddolen gyswllt, gobaith a chred yn nyfodol pobl Cymru. We have a powerful currency in our movements, a principle which we embrace, knowing that there isn't a problem in Wales for which there isn't a solution. And that currency is hope. The most exciting thing about Wales is her possibilities. They are limitless. Those were Gwynfor's words in his maiden speech to the Commons in 1966. And those are words which give us hope to this day that a better future is possible. And that future must be a future for all. Whoever you are, wherever you live, whatever your backstory, and whatever your story yet unwritten, I give you this assurance. The unwavering commitment of a Plaid Cymru government would be to root out inequality. A commitment based not on a vague mission or an abstract assurance, but on a concrete undertaking to identify the problem and pinpoint the remedy. Friends, there's a lot that Wales can be proud of, absolutely, but there remains a national stain, an indelible mark on communities the length and breadth of our country, and that is poverty, and child poverty in particular. In the week where Labour laid out their heartless welfare cuts that'll hit some of the most vulnerable in society, let's also remember that it's unforgivable that so many of our children go without the basics, not even afforded the decency of good health and the bare essentials, let alone an equal chance to succeed. We can't continue to fail the very people on whose futures we depend for a brighter tomorrow. And on this issue, the records of successive Labour Welsh governments, coupled with the deep austerity of Conservative and now Labour UK governments, is nothing short of shameful. You know, sometimes we'll see a percentage point shift here and there, but the bottom line is that 3 in 10 of our children still live in poverty. What's worse is that governments have allowed it to become the norm, driven by a fantasy that an economic upturn alone will shift the dial. Conference, it simply won't. The UK government won't see progress on child poverty by the end of this parliament, even with high economic growth, if investment in social security doesn't form a part of its child poverty strategy. That is the stark conclusion of the Joseph Rowntree Foundation. Its annual report on UK poverty is further proof that Welsh government action is inadequate and that paying lip service to deprivation has become its state of being. Labour could argue that they were once serious about giving every child the best start in life. There was a target to eradicate child poverty by 2020, but that target was dropped nearly a decade ago. The Labour Welsh Government's new strategy promises to put in place robust monitoring and accountability mechanisms to track progress against key indicators on child poverty. How about having targets to deal with child poverty to try to eradicate child poverty? Their actions simply don't meet the scale of the problem. Their strategy lacks both the foresight and provision to make a discernible difference. As the Joseph Rowntree Foundation says, even if the UK economy grows significantly more than expected, overall child poverty rates will show little change and could even rise if growth benefits higher income households more than the lower income ones. Specific, targeted policies are needed if child poverty rates are to come down. Now, drawing on the experience in Scotland and learning from its transformational benefits, I can announce today that a Plaid Cymru government will begin the process of implementing a child payment in Wales. A weekly direct benefit to support those who need it most. After 14 years of austerity under the Tories and 26 years of ambivalence under Labour, this would be a new government rooted in the values of fairness and social justice. The cynnal payment, as it'll be known, will do exactly that. It'll sustain families and support communities. Those in receipt will feel less anxious about making ends meet, becoming more productive in the long run. Children go on to be healthier and more economically active, and the money will be reinvested in local economies where people buy the bulk of their essential goods and services. Conference, doing nothing is not an option. As things stand, only Scotland will see child poverty rates fall by 2029. And that's largely because of the Scottish Child Payment and their government's actions. Doing what's right and implementing what works doesn't have to be an entirely new idea. We know that Labour's policy cupboard is bare, but it tells you how far they've fallen when they show no interest in delivering tried and tested life-changing policies that have worked elsewhere. Friends, we in Plaid Cymru will always have an open mind when it comes to trying to open doors for others. The truth is that the establishment wants to stifle, even obstruct our ambition. On one hand, Keir Starmer makes life more difficult for the most vulnerable. His and Rachel Reeves' Tory-inspired benefit cuts will hit some of the most vulnerable people. And on the other, Eluned Morgan doesn't want the powers that could make a difference to people's lives. It's a lose-lose for Wales. Mark Drakeford, the Cabinet Secretary for Finance, is absolutely right. In the Senedd some weeks ago, he conceded, and I quote, we don't have some of the things that other parts of the United Kingdom can use to draw attention to their views. Scotland, he said, has always had the possibility that it might choose to leave the United Kingdom, which means that the UK government will want to listen to what they have to say. Yes, even the former Labour First Minister can see the writing on the wall. It's an echo of what his mentor, Rhodri Morgan, argued years ago. I remember it well. He argued that Scotland had threatened independence, Northern Ireland lived through years of the Troubles, Wales should surely be rewarded for good behaviour. It doesn't work like that, Labour. The SNP have secured more powers and a better deal for Scotland because of their determination to stand up to Westminster. And meanwhile, in Wales, we have a Labour First Minister blinded by party loyalty, too afraid to rock the boat, pandering to Starmer, stuck in the middle of the road and failing to move our nation forward. Perhaps the First Minister should heed the words of one of her party's most revered politicians, Aneurin Bevan. We know what happens to people who stay in the middle of the road. He said, they get run down. Gyfeillion. Gyfeillion pan mae llafur yn copio'r ceidwadwyr. Pan mae gwleidyddiaeth yn cael ei ddallu yng nghanol y ffordd, pan mae prif weinidog yn rheoli, nid yn arwain ac yn cropian pan mae angen bras gamu ymlaen efo pwrpas, mae eithafiaeth yn cael lle i anadlu a chodi stem. Fel mae llawer ohonoch chi'n gwybod, dwi'n dad i 3 o blant, yn dad balch. Y 2 ienga yn dal yn y brifysgol. Profiad i cenhedlaeth nhw o wleidyddiaeth San Steffan ydy o niwed dwfn gan Lywodraeth Geidwadol ac yna methiant gan Lywodraeth Lafur oedd yn afon newid i gynnig newid go iawn unwaith y cafon o'i gafael ar rym. Mi ydy mynd i deimlo fwy a mwy fel un dosbarth gwleidyddol Llundeinig, un sefydliad Prydeinig sydd wedi colli cyswllt efo bywydau pobl go iawn. Mae hynny wedi siglo ymddirieddaeth pobl mewn gwleidyddiaeth a bwydo'r math o ofna sy'n meithrin rhagfarna a sy'n rhoi llwyfan i garfanna roi'r bai ar amrywiaeth, mewnfudwyr, cydraddoldeb a goddefgarwch am bob problem sy'n wynebu cymdeithas. Felly beth sy'n angen i ni i wneud? Ie, herio y rhai sy'n elwa drwy godi bwganod, ond hefyd dwy'n llafur i gyfri am y ffordd maen nhw i weld mor barod i droi cefna a rai o'r gwerthoedd yna sy'n creu cymdeithas war. We know, don't we, what those straw men of populism are, blowing in the wind in whichever direction points towards a momentary bounce in the polls, railing against efforts to combat the climate crisis. against the COVID vaccine, against those fleeing war, against so-called attacks on free speech. They'll make those the enemy. But let's remember the real enemy. Poverty, poor housing, intolerance, long waiting lists, declining educational standards, hollowed out high streets, low wages, lack of opportunity, a warming planet, and warmongering presidents. And because these are the realities which lie at the root of the problems facing our society and the wider world, we know that reform is not the solution. By refusing to recognize the truth, by scapegoating and oversimplifying, they expose themselves as having no plan, no vision other than letting private profiteering infect our NHS, and no interest in doing what's best for Wales. So whilst Labour's failures feed reform's fear-mongering, we're here to offer hope, a fresh start and an end to Labour-led rule in Wales after 26 years. A fresh start that will begin the work of mending the fabric of society, torn by years of Tory and now Labour austerity. A fresh start that will strive to reconnect our communities on a practical and personal level. Better transport links, improved community facilities, smart planning which works for people and planet alike. And a fresh start that will represent all and seek to deliver for all: the nurse, the teacher, the business owner, the family farm. Our mission will be to inject a new sense of determination into making the government work for all the people of Wales, whether that's on the economy, on public services, or on the environment. Where we do face a crisis, a Plaid Cymru government will be determined to meet head-on. Under my leadership, the days of a can't-do attitude in Welsh government would be over. Now, I share frustrations at the way governments, red and blue, have failed our communities. But we'll offer a government that works with those communities, that has real ambition for our nation's future. And my first meeting with Keir Starmer as Plaid Cymru's First Minister of Wales, well, it'll mark a new beginning, the start of discussions on building a new Welsh nation. I'll do all I can to make it a constructive relationship, certainly. But for one thing, the future of Wales will clearly be the only focus for me. No party loyalties to balance or blind loyalty to a broken union. And there'll be a plea to see Wales differently in so many ways, not just as fertile ground for electoral fodder or for fleeting campaign pit stops and photo ops, not just an afterthought, fourth in line behind England, Scotland and Northern Ireland because their first ministers and mayors refuse to settle for less. Not just a dead cat or a nodding dog to change the subject or cheer him on when times are tough, but a nation whose people deserve the respect of being heard, of being listened to. And there can be no ducking the HS2 issue then, no dodging when the Crown Estate should be on the agenda, or turning away when fair funding has to be on the table. The UK government will have to respond. Now, they can't keep turning us down, of course, forced to be honest about where exactly their loyalties lie and where Wales stands for them. But we'll keep making the case, focused, determined, and like this Labour Welsh government that's just given up. All those issues I mentioned, though, will only be the building blocks, events, as someone once put it. Yes, I'll have that constructive professional relationship with the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, but we must put him on notice that the relationship will change because our destination demands it. Our vision of Wales, open, inclusive, independent, and internationalist, is of a nation where decisions affecting its people are made in Wales for the benefit of its people. Our ultimate aim is to future-proof Wales by not allowing ourselves to depend on the whims of Westminster. We want to be good neighbours, but equal neighbours. But as long as we're tied to this unequal union, we must leverage the prospect of Wales standing on its own 2 feet and becoming a genuine partner in a redesigned Britain. As Mark Drakeford said, when Scotland speaks, Westminster listens. And when Wales speaks, with a Plaid Cymru First Minister at the helm, they'll need more than platitudes to silence us. Be in no doubt, it's a win-win when we negotiate with a mindset of an ambitious nation, focused on rebuilding public services and the economy in Wales, whilst also standing up to Keir Starmer and UK Labour. Felly, yma I beth. Here for what? That's the question we must return to most often, not least when we imagine that Wales with Plaid Cymru leading. Yes, powers with principle, always, but powers with a purpose too. That's my guiding mantra. Labour's fragmented thinking, their short-term fixing has let Wales languish for too long. Their failure to see the big picture also blinds them to the need for our nation to have more control over its own affairs. Wales decides what Wales does. Such a simple concept, isn't it? But one shunned time and time again by parties whose true power base lies in another place, in another parliament. And no mission should give us a greater sense of purpose than securing the future of our NHS. A treasure, a literal lifeline. Our biggest employer, over 110,000 people directly or indirectly caring, treating, supporting and saving lives. But our National Health Service has become a national sickness service. People are presenting at A&E because they can't see a GP. Ambulances are queuing up outside emergency departments. A lack of adequate social care provision means patients aren't being discharged from hospital. And the latest data shows that 1 in 5 deaths in Wales in 2022 were considered avoidable. It's not acceptable, it's not excusable, and it's not sustainable. Patients and staff have been failed by a perfect storm of historic underfunding from Westminster and a quarter of a century of mismanagement under Labour health ministers. But we can't dwell on the problems. I want to focus on solutions. So let's ask again here for what? Our intentions with the NHS, or our interactions with the NHS are deeply personal, and I'm no exception. The birth of my children, the care for my mother, our health, and that of loved ones, defines our lives perhaps more than anything else. Our ability to communicate, to contribute to society, to live a happy and fulfilling life. And I want a healthy Wales, both mentally and physically, to define Plaid Cymru's vision for government more than anything else. Earlier this year, we unveiled our plans to bring down waiting times in the NHS. The plan has 5 key pillars: regional elective hubs to get people on waiting lists seen more quickly, an executive triage service to improve the referral process, emergency legislation to make collaboration between health boards the norm and release NHS capacity, a new approach to waiting list planning, matching staffing with demands, and better use of technology for quicker assessment of symptoms. These are clear, set-out proposals for a Plaid Cymru government on day one. Of course, announcements of new NHS funding are welcome, but that alone won't solve the problem. And perhaps Labour's main weakness is that they rarely have plans to follow the pounds, because we know that you can't do the same thing over and over again and expect different results. Just like voting Labour, in fact. For over a century, Wales has been loyal to the party that's normalised decline and fostered a "this is your lot" culture, where we're expected to grovel with gratitude for every bit part our nation gets to play in Westminster's carousel of tragic comedy. The protagonists, from Blair to Boris to Badenoch, understand little and care even less about Wales. So isn't it time to write our own story? A government focused on what Wales can do, not what we can't. A government excited by the possibilities not fixated on limitations. A government more interested in talking about what it will do for you, not to you. The government has to be very, very careful about appearing punitive. Decisions that affect our lives must be seen to enhance our lives, not to compensate for government failings. I will promote healthy eating, absolutely, and invest in it. It's part of the prevention revolution I want to lead. But it really isn't a good look for Labour to look to ban 2-for-1 chocolate bars on one hand whilst cutting preventative health spending on the other. Perhaps Labour view the Welsh citizen in the same way they see Wales itself, incapable of independent thoughts, of making wise choices, or of taking difficult decisions for themselves. The Plaid Cymru government would be an accountable government. We'd much rather assume responsibility for decisions affecting Wales than blame Westminster for eternity. For centuries, Labour and the Tories have denied our nation the opportunity to prove it can stand on its own 2 feet. 35 years on from the end of Thatcher's tenure in office, it feels as if Wales's economy has been frozen in time. The post-industrial label lingers, doesn't it? Suggesting that little progress has been made in shaping our economic thinking for the 21st century. But I want to turn this on its head. No, we will never forget the hardship and struggle, the betrayal of our mining communities, north and south by Westminster. But I want to focus on the future. What does Wales's next economic era look like? How do we close the wage gap with the rest of the UK? How do we replace despondency with opportunity? How do we increase productivity and grow resilience against unpredictable global headwinds? You've heard me speak before about my desire to see a new national development agency for Wales, fit to face the challenges of today and tomorrow. Well, working to mirror the brand recognition and international reach of the former WDA, but learning also from its mistakes, that new agency will be created by a Plaid Cymru government. It will act as a one-stop shop for business support, offering constructive challenge to government. I'm not advocating a carbon copy of the original agency, but instead a more modern iteration to move beyond past approaches on attracting here today, gone tomorrow forms of foreign investment. A key priority will be to provide a vehicle to overcome Wales's ownership gap. I want to create a new prosperity in Wales, building and keeping profits in Wales so we can collectively keep investing in our own future, creating more jobs, better wages for you, a better future for your children. A Plaid Cymru government will help small and medium-sized enterprises to thrive, the lifeblood of our economy. They were hit hard by the pandemic, of course. Now they face the Labour UK government's national insurance contributions hike. And while the Labour Welsh government have cut funding for further education, I want to see a renewed focus on apprenticeships so we can nurture the skilled workforce of the future that a growing business economy needs. By better aligning education with industry and the needs of industry and helping to retain local talent, a Plaid Cymru government would take a more strategic approach to ensuring that all our young people are able to fulfill their potential, whether academic or vocational. And be in no doubt, Plaid Cymru will ensure that Welsh universities have a sustainable future, because when our educational institutions are eroded, society itself regresses. Curiosity, critical thinking, innovation, progress are all threatened when our higher education sector faces decline. That's why we in Plaid Cymru have urged the current Welsh Government to work with us, work cross-party with the sector itself to undertake a wholesale review of our universities. Such is the crisis we face, we have to work quickly. Cynhadledd gorau arf disg, medda'r hen dywediad. Mae mor wir, ac mae'n anodd cofio cyfnod pan fo'r angen i herio, i gadw meddyliau agored ac i amddiffyn y rhai sydd ddim yn gallu amddiffyn eu hunain wedi bod mor bwysig. Mae ton o gasineb ac o gamwybodaeth yn wynebu ni, Ond yn wahanol i'r pleidiau Llundeinig, fydd Plaid Cymru ddim yn cowtowio nag yn cyfaddawdu ar be da ni yn ei gredu. A gadwch i fi fod yn glir, mi fydd hyn wastad yn cynnwys arddel Cymru heddychlon, ryngwladol, sy'n falch o'i hunaniaeth Ewropeaidd. A fydd byth yn troi cefn ar yn perthynas efo'r cyfandir. Partneriaeth unigryw sy'n yn cyfoethogi ni yn ddiwylliannol, yn gymdeithasol ac yn economaidd. Gyfeillion Cymru Ewropeaidd fyddwn ni bob amser. Ac am fod yn blaid gynhwysol mewn Cymru gynhwysol fyddwn ni. Yn yn canfed blwyddyn, da ni am gynnig gwell dyfodol i'n gwlad a phawb sy'n dewis ei galw yn adre. To me, it's simple enough. If you feel this nation is yours, and you want to have a stake in its future, that is all that matters. Plaid Cymru wants to work with you to realise our vision. Ask what vision other parties have, if at all. Ask Reform if they believe in an NHS free at the point of need. What do they really have to tackle the cost of living crisis that's hitting you so hard? And what will become of Wales, our nation, its institutions, if they have their own way? Empty vessels make the most noise, but we can't let Wales be drowned out. So next May, Wales has a choice. Another 4 years of dithering and decline under Labour, more of the same. A leap into the unknown with visionless Reform, so unserious about winning, they don't even have a leader in Wales. Or the opportunity to elect a Plaid Cymru government. A new beginning with a promise of a bolder, fairer Wales and an ambitious plan to deliver it. Labour, you've had your chance. And to every person in our nation who wants to build a better Wales together, we say this: Wales is good enough, is big enough, and is smart enough to do just that. So friends, let's look to the future, not to the past. Prosperity, not poverty. Fairness, not injustice. Tolerance, not hate. Country, not party. Wales, not Westminster. And where there has been despair, a new hope. Come with Plaid Cymru on that journey. You won't look back. Diolch yn fawr iawn i chi. Diolch yn fawr iawn i chi. Diolch yn fawr. Diolch yn fawr.
Ma' nhw'n deud bod awyr ar ei dwyll ac yn y wawr. Y wawr, felly dydwch wrthai pam bod bob cam dwi gymryd yn fy ngwthio nôl i lawr.
welcome the panel. Rhowch groeso i'r panel a'i cadeirydd Gemma Roberts.
Hello, thank you very much everyone who's joined us here today. That was a bit loud, that one, wasn't it? We've got 3 panel members with us today. I'm going to be chairing. But before we introduce everybody, I just wanted to give you the lay of the land and what dementia policy looks like at the moment in Wales. So my name is Gemma Roberts. I'm the National Influencing Manager at Alzheimer's Society Cymru. So the lay of the land at the moment. So we're talking about dementia. Dementia is the biggest killer in England and Wales. 1 in 3 of us born today will develop dementia in our lifetimes. There are currently 51,000 people in Wales living in Wales with dementia, and we expect that to rise to 70,000 by 2040. The cost to the economy is £2.3 billion every year, and by 2040 we expect that to increase to £4.6 billion to the Welsh economy. So despite the impact on our people, on our NHS, on our economy, dementia is absolutely not being made the priority that it needs to be. Only half of people living with dementia actually have a diagnosis. So that means the other half are left without the support, without the treatment, without the care that they really need to live well with their condition. And I'm going to open with a little question, and it's not a question to answer, but it's just a question to think about. I mean, we wouldn't accept this level of service in cancer. We wouldn't accept it in heart disease. So why is it that we accept such poor standards in dementia care? I'd like to turn to the panel to introduce themselves and to answer the question, you know, do you feel like dementia is being made the priority that it needs to be?
Yeah, well, I'll start with myself then. So my name's Luke Fletcher. I'm Plaid Cymru's Economy and Energy spokesperson, and I also represent the region of South Wales West. But I'm here actually today in my capacity as chair of the cross-party group on dementia in the Cynhadledd. In terms of the question, I mean, the answer would have to be no. You know, I've got lived experience with dementia. Both sets of grandmothers actually. Well, my great-grandmother and my grandmother had Alzheimer's and Lewy body dementia. And that really was one of the drivers behind why I went on my first members' legislative proposal in the Senedd, basing it on dementia and calling on the Welsh Government to establish a dementia data observatory, which is incredibly important because, you know, when we talk about diagnosis, you know, the key to somebody living a long life with dementia and living it well is actually knowing what the type of dementia is. So all the different dementia is that overarching term. There's so many different types within it, and when you know what type of dementia somebody has, that then influences the type of care that they need, and then in turn influences the quality of life. We don't have that data observatory at the moment. When people are being diagnosed, they're not getting the correct diagnosis when it comes to the exact type of dementia, and that really impacts on quality of life. Now, that was introduced back, I put that on the floor of the Senate back in 2021, maybe early 2022, and now we're in 2025, and no progress on it at all, which indicates to me that actually the dementia isn't a priority, despite the fact the entire Senate supported that motion.
Thanks, Luke. Moira?
Helo, Moira Wenstin enw fi. Dwi'n byw yn Gaernarfon a mae ngwri efo vascular dementia wedi cael ei diagnosio 6 mlynedd i wan. Do you want me to say what happened now or what?
Yeah, please.
Gafon ni fynd, oedd gyda vascular Parkinson's cynt, so oedd o'n mynd am brofion. A 2 blynedd ar ôl fo gael ei ddiagnosio efo Parkinson, nath o'n i ysbyty Gwynedd a i fewn a ysgwyllaw efo'r consultant. A dyma fo'n dweud, oh yes, your husband's got vascular dementia. Oh, wow. O hynna'n sioc, complete shock. A dyma fi'n dweud, well, what are you going to give him? Oh, we can't give him anything. Well, what am I supposed to do? Oh, we'll give you some leaflets. So they gave me about that much leaflets and bye. So ni'n mynd allan ar y stafell na ddim yn gwybod beth di hitio fi na idwal. A wedyn di gorau ffeindio ffyrdd yn hun be wneud a na di'r drwg, da chi'n mynd cael y gofal hyd at y munud da chi'n cael gwybod y diagnosis. A hynny sy'n eisiau i helpu pobl. Da ni'n fod i gwffio, i drio ffeindio peth allan. Da ni fod yn cael yn arwain i wybod beth sy'n eisiau gwneud felly. So, na ddeud mwy dda chi wedyn.
Ie, diolch Moira am y stori yna. Mabon ap Gwynfor dwi'n lefarydd Plaid Cymru ar iechyd a gofal ag yn anffodus mae profiad Moira a'i gŵr yn llawer rhy gyffredin. Pan fod rhywun yn ystyried fod, beth ydys ti, Gemma, bod un o bob 3 o'r bobl sy'n cael ei geni heddiw yn mynd i gael rhyw brofiad o ddementia yn ystod ei bywyd, mae o'n lladd fwy o bobl na gyn rhyw glefyd arall ar hyn o bryd. Yna mae'n amlwg fod rhaid i ddementia fod yn flaenoriaeth, ond nad ydi o'n cael y lefel yna. A'r hyn dwi'n sôn pan dwi'n cyfeirio at brofiad Moira yn fanna, os da chi'n ystyried bod rhywun yn cael, dydwn ni canser, dwi wedi cael canser rhai blynyddoedd yn ôl, yna maen nhw'n mynd ar lwybrau cymorth. Mae yna sefydliadau ni cymorth nhw, cynorthwyo nhw ar hyd y daith. Mae meddyg yn gwybod sy'n mae delio efo'r driniaeth, sy'n mae mynd i'r afel ar sefyllfa, ac yna mae'r cymorth yna ar hyd taith canser ganddyn nhw, ond pan fod nhw'n dod i ddementia, yna'n amlach na pheidio, mae'r claf a'r teulu'n cael ei gadael ar ei ben ei hun. Heb y cymorth wrap-around yna, mwyn sicrhau bod nhw'n gwybod sut mae mynd i'r afel ar clefyd, sut mae delio ar clefyd, a beth pa gamau sydd angen i gwneud, nid yn unig i'r claf, ond i'r teulu hefyd, mwyn dallt y cyflwr, ac mwyn paratoi ar gyfer y cyflwr, fer bod yr unigolyn a'r teulu yn gallu byw bywyd mor llawn a phosib drwy fod efo dementia. Ond di hynna ddim yn digwydd, does yna ddim strwythurau wedi cael ei roi mewn lle. Rwan, fe ti rwy'n ddadle mae rôl y gwasanaeth iechyd ydy hynna, yn sicr mae rôl gan y gwasanaeth iechyd i wneud yn siŵr fod hynna'n bodoli y cymorth yna, ond mae angen yr arweiniad gwleidyddol yna mwyn gorfodi sefydliadau meddygol i wneud hyn, mwyn sicrhau fod pobl ddim yn gorfod mynd trwy profiad mae Moira newydd esbonio i ni rwan, a'r holl boen meddwl mae rhywun wedi gorfod mynd trwyddo wrth drio ffindio datrysiadau i'r clefyd. Felly, dydy o ddim yn cael blaenoriaeth, ond mae posib iddo fo o newid ychydig o bethau yn y drefn.
Thank you, panel. Moira, the next question, I'm going to start with you, if that's okay. Based on your experience, what do you think needs to change to improve the lives of people living with dementia and people like you who are caring for people living with dementia?
Iddyn nhw beidio cael ei gadael fath y ges i. Mae eisiau rwla i chi gael gwybod arweiniad lle ydych chi'n mynd, ond be fysa yn addas iawn fysa person wedi cael ei diagnosio, gael un person i helpu fo, a bod nhw hefyd yn gwneud yr arweiniad i wahanol lefydd yn lle fatha o'n i'n gorfod ffeindio rhifa, ac oedd hyn ddim tan ar ôl i fi fynd yn perthyn i Dementia Active sydd yn Gwynedd. Heblaw amdanyn nhw, dwi'n yn gwybod be fyswn i wedi wneud, os nhw sydd wedi helpu arwain fi i lefydd pwrpasol a di helpu ar y ffordd wrth fynd i gyfarfodydd a ffeindio gyn wahanol bobl a ond dwi wedi dall bod sydd wedi gwella maen nhw'n rhoi rhestr o enw rwan i bobl sydd yn cael ei diagnosio o lefydd i fynd. Ond eto, y gofalwr sy'n gorfod gwneud hynny, dim yr ysbyty, maen nhw'n gadael o'i gyd dal i fod i'r gofalwyr a'r teulu.
there's two points actually I think are really important. I memean, there's pockets of good practice around Wales. We have dementia hubs in certain places, and I'm thinking of particularly the one in Port Talbot and in Swansea in the quadrant, which give great information in those key places where people often go on their day-to-day and offer really, really sound advice. And I think the best thing about them as well is actually they're quite cheap to run. I mean, it isn't a significant investment. And I know both Marvin and I have had conversations about that in the past, about how we might be able to roll out that best practice. Yep. And I think the point on, pwynt ar gyfalwyr yn bwysig hefyd, mae angen I sicrhau bod pob gyfalwr gyda'r hyfforddiant cywir o ran delio gyda pobl gyda dementia a beth ddweud wrthyn nhw wrth i'r dementia datblygu. A yn yr grŵp trawsbleidiol nawr yn y Senedd, mae hwnna'n actually'n rhywbeth mae'r grŵp trawsbleidiol yn edrych mewn I sut I sicrhau bod y gyfalwyr gyda'r tools I sicrhau bod y gwybodaeth gywir gyda bobl a bod nhw'n cael ei edrych ar ôl yn gywir hefyd. So mae 2 pwynt really bwysig yna.
Ond mae 103 o wahanol dementia.
Ie, yn union.
Dim un neu ddau ydi o.
Ie, yn union.
Mae yn ffeithio. Da ni fel grŵp gyfalwyr dementia yn cyfarfod es-Covid bob yn ail dim Mawrth, a da ni hefyd yn hyll yn torri bwliau, da ni cael deud sut da ni'n teimlo. A mi oedd yna un person y fan oedd y dementia ar ei gŵr hi di ffeithio ar ei olwg o. Wedyn, doedd ddim yn gweld dim byd o gwbl. Oedd hwnnw'n un, tos am lot o'n efo. Ond, di pobl ddim yn sylweddoli bod dementia ar bobl yn aml. Maen nhw'n edrach reit dda, fel mae ngŵr i'n edrach yna. A fysa chi'n yn gwybod tan da chi efo fo am chydig o amser ac yn ffeindio, diolch yn siarad, diolch yn pasio comments. A wedyn mae rhywun yn gweld beth sy'n digwydd. Ond mae yna gymaint o wahanol fatha sydd yn erchill, rhai o'n nhw yn erchill. Ond da chi'n dysgu am hyn, da chi'n dysgu byw, neu dwi wedi gorfod dysgu byw efo dementia, a ddasu fi fel gofalwr. Mae Idwal reit hapus I fyd, mae o'n cael be mae o isio. Mae o'n licio sports, mae'n cael ei television, mae'n licio bob un math o sports. Mae'n licio mynd yn y car. Dwi'n ei milltiroedd pan dwi'n mynd o tŷ bob pnawn. Ddim yn siŵr iawn lle dwi'n gorffan. Os mae o'n dweud, troi efo yma, troi efo yma, troi efo yma. A dwi'n troi efo yma. A'n aml iawn, dwi wedi cyrraedd pen llun. Dych chi'n bod? Ond os di o licio fo, iawn. Dwi'n meidio trefio, diolch byth. Ond mae hynny I gadw fe fynd. A dwi'n gobeithio bod hynny yn gadw fe fynd. A na i ddeud un secret bach arall dwi'n neud I Idwal. Dwi'n gweithio bob tro. Dwi'n rhaid word searches iddo fo. Rhaid plant. Rhaid yn nodio. Dwi'n eisiau bloody thing ma, oce? Iawn, dwi'n rhaid iddo fo. Rhaid yn nodio fydd yn dweud. Dwi'n methu ffeindio hwn, sti. Iawn, ffeindio hwnnw. A tro arall, eithaf wneud o'i gyd, da. So, da chi'n addasu I sut mae o y diwrnod hwnnw.
There's an important element here as well, beyond Alzheimer's and dementia, is the role of carers and the important role that carers play generally within society. And I mentioned it in my speech this morning that unpaid carers, they play such an important role in looking after that individual and the families, but they don't get care themselves. They're not looked after by society. Now, we know that they need respite care. They need a break occasionally. Not long, not asking for much. I'm not saying that the carers need to go away on a holiday to the Caribbean or something, even though that would be nice. Sometimes it's just a case of going out for half an hour or something every now and then, or meeting up with friends. And that's not been made available to those carers. Now, if we are to ensure that dementia patients get the best care, then carers need to also receive the best care. And government has a role in ensuring that simple things like respite is provided to those carers, because currently, I see members of Carers Wales and organisations around care in front of me. We know that those who receive assessment, it's only something like 6% of carers in Wales, I think I'm right in saying 6%, receive assessments. That's nowhere near enough, so we don't know the needs of the carers who are looking after their loved ones. So, as I say, we need to make sure that they're all looked after to ensure that the dementia patient gets the best care as well.
Absolutely, and what you're talking about there, that respite care, the picture is really patchy across Wales, but Moira, everything that you've been describing, that one point of support that you need, the person to lead you through these services, these are things that are supposed to exist, and they're supposed to exist for everybody in Wales, and they don't. So they are a part of the Dementia Action Plan currently, but they have not been implemented. And what you've spoken about, Mabon, with the kind of that political leadership, I want to come back to that point, if I may. You know, what should that look like? What does that drive? Somebody actually, you know, having the plan and actually, you know, changing lives with it. What does that look like?
Mae gynnon ni raglen gweithredu dementia wedi bod mewn lle ers rhai blynyddoedd, ond yn anffodus mi dyn ni dal yn gweld niferoedd yr asesiadau, niferoedd o bobl sy'n cael diagnosis yn isel iawn. Felly mae'n amlwg bod y cynllun fel mae o ddim wedi gweithio. Mae'n reswm am hynny, os edrychwch chi ar fyrddau iechyd Cymru, does na ddim un person ar y bwrdd sydd yn cymryd arweiniad yn hyn o beth. Felly mae'n rhaid sicrhau fod na unigolion ym mhob bwrdd iechyd sydd yn cymryd cyfrifoldeb ar ddementia. Wedi'r cyfan mae'n cymryd fyny gymaint o'i hadnoddau nhw, gymaint o bres cyhoeddus yn cael ei roi fewn i ddementia, mae'n rhaid felly cael rhywun ar y byrddau iechyd sydd yn cymryd y cyfrifoldeb yna. Gwneud yn siŵr fod y Llywodraeth yn rhoi dementia yng nghanol i cynllun gweithredu nhw. Oherwydd ar hyn o bryd, mae'n gynlluniau... Mae'n broblem cyffredin gyda ni yn iechyd yng Nghymru. Mae'n gynlluniau yn cael ei gwneud rif y gwlyth. Mae yna dargedau newydd yn cael ei gosod drwy'r amser. A does un ohonyn nhw'n cael ei cadw at. Does neb yn gwybod pa darged i fynd ar ôl, oherwydd fod gymaint o dargedau gwahanol yn cael ei rolio allan drwy'r amser. Felly mae rhaid ni cael y cysondeb yna o'r top, efo'r Llywodraeth yn dweud, na, mae yna flaenoriaeth yn cael ei roi ar dementia, dyn ni'n mynd i gweld dementia yn cael ei daclo, dyn ni'n mynd i weld y niferoedd o diagnosis yn cynyddu, a mi dyn ni'n mynd i gadw at hyn tan bod ni'n gweld y targedau yna'n gwella, yn hytrach na newid targedau drwy'r amser a ddim gweithredu. Felly arweiniad gwleidyddol ydy hynny, newid diwylliant o'r canol.
And you talk about targets there. I mean, just to illustrate that point, the current Dementia Action Plan, which was published in 2018, was supposed to run until 2022 and was then extended. That plan promised to increase diagnosis rates by 3% each year. It's increased diagnosis rates by 3% over the life of the plan. So we're effectively 6 years behind where we should be. So, yeah, I totally agree, and the evidence is there to say we're not moving forward fast enough, and that leadership is absolutely not there. Now, just on the point about the impact on our NHS, so we know that 1 in 6 hospital beds in Wales is occupied by a person living with dementia. That means that, you know, they're in hospital, they're not at home, they're not necessarily receiving the care that they need, and that's also kind of a wider issue that, you know, if you don't solve the issue of dementia, you can't solve the issues that exist within the NHS. And so with those key stark statistics, why is it that we as a society are not prioritising dementia to the extent that we should be? And Luke, if I may start with you on this question.
Yeah, I mean, you go to the Princess of Wales Hospital in Bridgend. On my last visit there was an entire ward that has basically been turned into a de facto care home. And residents there, a number of them with dementia, you can see the strain on nurses there, on the care staff. You can see the strain as well on the patients themselves because they're in an unfamiliar place. It's not somewhere where, you know, if you have dementia, you should be. Now, to be fair to the hospital, I mean, they've done everything they can to try and make it feel a bit more homely and a bit more like something you would expect in a house or even in a street. They've got a pretend bus stop there, for example, where one of the residents goes and sits there on a daily basis. But it's not really where actually someone with dementia should be. Someone with dementia should be in their own home for as long as they possibly can be, because we know that the familiar surroundings around somebody contributes actually to a better quality of life, but also as well slows down the dementia. I did a lot of work back when I was in university around specifically the role of music in improving the lives of people with dementia, and how certain songs back from when people were younger could bring up some old memories. And the best analogy I think I was given for around how to think about dementia is just a long, tall bookcase. And I think it was Alzheimer's Society that used that. They use that image, this old bookcase you shake, and all the books at the top, which are your newer memories, are the ones that fall down. The ones at the bottom are the older memories that stay. So trying to tap into those memories, of course, gives a better quality of life for people with dementia. I think actually one of the reasons why perhaps we're not as focused, or the Welsh Government isn't as focused on dementia, is actually a symptom of their failures in other areas of health. For example, the priority and the prominence and we give to people working in care. The fact that we have people working in care who really, really hard jobs, who aren't getting paid the amount of money that they should be getting paid to reflect the level of work that they have to do, is a symptom throughout the NHS. And I think that's really goes to one of the core problems within dementia care is we haven't got enough people to be able to care for people with dementia, but also as well enough people to understand the different types of dementia and the requirements that come alongside that. I remember when my mother was looking for somebody who could care for my grandmother. Very hard to find somebody. Very hard to find somebody who knew exactly what the issue was when it came to Lewy body dementia as well. So I think actually the way in which we treat our care staff is one of those key reasons and one of those key symptoms of not actually taking dementia seriously.
Absolutely, and I definitely want to come back to that point about social care. We did a survey, Alzheimer's Society did a survey of people drawing on social care, and one of the things that they said would most improve their life is more care staff who are skilled in caring for people with dementia. People with dementia make up the largest proportion of people who draw on care, but many people are not trained and skilled in caring for people with dementia. Moira, I'd love to pick up on something Luke said there about the music, because I know that's been something that's been really important to you and your husband. So with the diagnosis was obviously a really difficult kind of, you didn't get much post-diagnostic support. But with the diagnosis, you are now attending groups, and one of those is a music group. So there has been benefit to the diagnosis in terms of the support you've been able to get afterwards.
Yes, he goes to a dementia active group in Carnarvon in the sports centre. And again, I don't think they let people know that these places are available either for people to go to. They go there, they do exercises, which they say is really good for them, chair exercises, and then they play this game of boccia, which I had never heard of, which is absolutely brilliant and very competitive, because he goes to a league in Portmadog once a month, which 20 different disabilities are there, and it's brilliant seeing all these people. And then they have a panad, and we're quite lucky. We've got a ukulele player in the Carnarvon group, and he plays various songs, English and Welsh. Idwal loves David William Morgan. He likes Our Hyd. And then we sing old songs, and then we finish the session with Ken Dodd's song, Happiness. We don't finish on a downer, we finish on happiness, which is absolutely great. And everybody goes from there with a smile.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
And so on average, it takes people around 3.5 years from the first onset of symptoms until they're able to get a diagnosis. Are you able to kind of speak a little bit about what it was like trying to secure a diagnosis for your husband?
Well, for me, it wasn't too bad. As I've said before, he had vascular Parkinson. So they continued with tests for 2 years before he was diagnosed. But some people wait 2, 3 years. Some a bit less, it depends, but it's usually 2 to 3 years before they get diagnosed. This is talking with other carers. and when we go to these meetings as well.
And what are the difficulties you think people face? Is it the stigma?
I don't know, really. I don't think they're quite sure. I've had a lady lately saying, taking her husband to the doctor. Oh, no, he hasn't got dementia. And she said, are you sure? Can you please send him for tests? And I said, you'll have to persevere. I said, you will really have to persevere, which she has. And she says, thanks to you, she said, he's going for tests. How long those will take is another question.
That's hugely problematic if people are going to their GP services and having to advocate for themselves in such a strong way to be able to get a diagnosis of something. I mean, we've done some surveys with GPs that have said around 18% of GPs don't see the benefit of a dementia diagnosis and are therefore less likely to refer their patients for additional diagnostic testing.
But you need the diagnosis so that you can deal with this, and everybody deals differently. Dementia is a slow dementia because we've seen a little bit of deterioration at the moment. But it's a slow process. Others do develop much more quickly. So they have to be diagnosed. Some people get medications, but it's with the one that you don't. So they need it just in case they need the medication. And the sooner they get that, the longer they'll stay, pretty okay. Not okay, but you can deal with it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Just a quick question. I'm going to put you on the spot now, Chair. So what was it, 80% of GPs don't see the benefit?
18% of GPs. So that's a fifth.
Yeah.
A fifth of GPs not seeing a benefit of a diagnosis of dementia, which is high.
What was the reasons then that they were given that?
We've done some work on it, and it looks like it's things like stigma, not really understanding what the benefits are, long-standing beliefs around dementia that that there's no point in a diagnosis. It's that sort of that stigma and that low public awareness, and that poor awareness exists with healthcare professionals as well. So it's about upskilling GPs, making sure that they're aware of the benefits of a diagnosis, not just the medication, but also the support that's available afterwards, the being able to plan for the rest of your life, understanding what's happening to you, those kinds of things. That sort of education and continuing professional development is missing at a primary care level.
Yeah, and I think that speaks to the core of the reason why then the cross-party group wanted to go down the lines of knowledge about care within social care and the medical profession. I mean, I think there's an important role here for people with lived experiences to be feeding into that process as well, and to make sure then that actually, okay, if you have a health professional, they're exposed to those reasons as to why somebody has felt the benefit of a dementia diagnosis. That's why it shows that those lived experience side of stuff is really important.
Absolutely.
It's quite worrying to think then you've got medical professionals who don't see the benefit of a diagnosis.
Absolutely, and they are less likely to refer for testing because of it.
Ga i ddod fewn yna, a so mae profiad claf efo dementia yn adlewyrchu'n berffaith y problemau sydd gennym ni yn y gwasanaeth iechyd. Felly mae'r gwasanaeth iechyd yn ei hanfod, mae pawb yn ymwybodol o'r problemau efo rhestrau aros a efo bod pobl yn y gwlau yn yr ysbytau. Ond os ydym ni'n mynd i ddelio efo'r problemau yn y gwasanaeth iechyd, mae eisiau delio efo'r ochr primary care, yr ochr gofal cynradd yna, GPs, meddygon teulu'n benna, a'r ochr gofal. A dyna'r problemau mae cleifion dementia yn ei wynebu. O'r ochr cynradd yna, mae'r diffyg dealltwriaeth, yr diffyg adnabyddiaeth yna o dementia, o beth ydi o, o'r effaith mae'n mynd i gael, sut mae taclo fo'n gynnar, sut mae'n gwneud yn siŵr bod rhywun yn medru byw efo dementia am gyfnod adre, yn weddol gyfforddus. Ond i bod nhw'n derbyn diagnosis yn rhy hwyr, ac felly erbyn y broses yna, maen nhw mewn gwely yn yr ysbyty, ac yna'r ochr arall ydy does na ddim gofal yn y gymuned yn bodoli. Does gyda ni ddim gweithlu. Mae'r diffyg gofalwyr cymunedol, mae'r diffyg nyrsys arbenigol, mae'r diffyg adnoddau i ddelio efo cleifion dementia yn golygu bod ni bellach yn gweld pobl yn gorfod aros mewn llefydd sydd yn anaddas ar eu cyfer nhw. A dyna i chi'r problem iechyd yn gyffredinol, ond ar yr elfen acute yna, mae cleifion dementia yn byw hwnna drwyddi draw.
Ond hefyd, maen nhw'n gorau mynd at bobl preifat.
Yn union hynny.
I helpu nhw.
Yn union.
A wedyn mae hwnnw'n costio.
Ydy.
A tydyn nhw'n cael help.
Ac felly nid NHS ydy o. Dydy ddim yn free at the point of delivery. Mae o'n andros o ddrud i lot o bobl wedyn, yn dydy.
Ond mae yna un o'r carers dwi'n siarad efo ar y Zoom. Mae'n byw mewn ardal reit anhysbell. Mae'n bell o bob man. Tydy pobl i mynd hyd yn oed trio mynd yna am bod mae yn y lle mai. Mae'r person sydd efo dementia rwan, doedd ddim ffit i aros adra, oedden nhw wedi rhoi cynnig, mae'n byw yn ochr traws Dolgella, traws fynydd, a cynnig lle yn rhyl i fi. Ond mae hynna oriau drafeilio i'r gofalwr i fynd yna, ac i ddod yn ôl. Dim byd yn agos o gwbl. Dim lle addas, meddyn nhw.
A dim trafnidiaeth cyhoeddus, dim byd fel yna nag oes?
Na.
I mean, it's obviously totally unsuitable. You've mentioned about kind of the NHS as a whole, and you've spoken to all the problems that exist in dementia. It feels like you've been reading our briefings, maybe, but I would absolutely agree with you. I'd like to, Luke, if I may, touch on some of the economic questions that exist around dementia. I mean, I mentioned that it currently costs our economy £2.3 billion a year. That's due to increase to 4.6 billion by 2040. If we don't change things, diagnose people earlier, for example, diagnosing somebody when they're able to take medicines called ACE inhibitors, that saves £50,000 to the economy and £10,000 to the person over their lifetime. These are not small figures, but an early diagnosis can save the economy money, but it saves the person money and their family money. So this is a kind of, Mabon, you used some words that I really liked in the Cynhadledd in December, a moral and economic imperative to get dementia diagnosis right. And I wondered if you could speak a little bit to that.
Yeah, because it speaks really powerfully, I think, and Mabon has spoken quite powerfully in the Senedd on this as well, about actually the need to get that early diagnosis. Because, of course, when we talk about people with dementia, I think the stigma around it is that people think, well, that's it, that's the end of the line. When actually you can live for a very long time with dementia, and you can live quite a fulfilling life, actually. And so that early diagnosis means that somebody can, for example, get the treatment they need and stay in work if they want for a while, for a bit longer, to go out and enjoy life. So unless we start to take that element of it serious, and again, like Mabon said, this is across the entire health service when it comes to diagnosis of many different diseases. But if we get this right from the start, the savings that would come as a result then to the NHS purse, the savings that come as a result of people being able to continue to be economically active if they want to, will be quite substantial. The savings as well to people's care needs as well is quite significant. I mean, we were talking earlier in a round table about the whole mantra of economic inactivity, and I think sometimes that is a bit of a red herring when we say economic inactivity, because as it was pointed out around the round table, actually those people who are caring for people are providing a service and are saving money for the wider public service element of stuff. We have to think, I think, a bit differently about how we calculate some of this stuff, and how that impacts on economic figures and forecasts and all sorts of things. But the important thing here is actually, you have a long, fulfilling life ahead of you, even if you get a dementia diagnosis. And the key thing is we need to get that diagnosis as soon as possible, so that then that can be realised by people living with dementia.
Absolutely. And Mabon, it's a similar question, but the whole health system, what does the kind of the future of dementia services look like to you? What does an ideal service, thinking about the experiences of people like Moira and Idwell, what does the future of dementia services look like?
Well, first of all, we need to ensure that those working in the primary care sector understand the symptoms, understand what dementia is, and can prepare for it, so that society can prepare for it. Look, we can either bury our heads in the sand and pretend this isn't happening and carry on as we are, and then that cost is going to increase exponentially over decades, and more people and their families are going to suffer, we can lift our heads up and recognise the reality and say, we have got people living with dementia, more people will be living with it, so let's do something about it now. That means, as I said, ensuring the primary care sector understands dementia and prepares for it, and ensuring that we have the workforce prepared and ready to work with dementia patients in the community so that they can help those unpaid carers, can help those loved ones, make sure that there is a support network there for people living with dementia. And then those people living with dementia can live a fulfilling, dignified life because there's a support there for them. But at the moment, it seems like we've got a government with their heads in the sand.
And I mean, you were talking earlier about sort of integrated care and health systems. Dementia is it needs the GP, it needs primary care, it needs secondary care. People with dementia present at A&E far more than other populations. And then it does need that transfer then often to community care and to care homes maybe. It's that perfect sort of test to show the need for an integrated care system. Yeah,
the care system isn't working and isn't fit for purpose at the moment. There are too many gaps there between what the local authority can deliver, what the health boards deliver, and people falling in between those gaps. There's significant problems with making sure that people understand what they are allowed to get, what benefits they might be allowed to get, what support is there. And until we ensure that they are aligned, perfectly aligned, local authorities aligned with the health board, and that they work together, then we're going to see people falling through those gaps.
We've got a few minutes for audience questions if anybody is interested. I think we've got a roaming mic, I believe, back there. So did anyone have any questions, thoughts?
Chi'n glywed fi? Just eisiau, diolch am y drafodaeth, mae'n ofnadw o ddifyr. Does neb wedi sôn dim byd am y gwasanaethau drwy gyfrwng y Gymraeg, byddwn ni'n licio barn y panel, please, os gwch yna.
Services in Welsh language, Moira. Do you have any, I mean, what was your experience of services in the Welsh language? We know there is a gap. We know there is a huge gap.
Oh, definitely gaps, yes, but okay, we're in Gwynedd, and Gwynedd is quite Welsh. Pam dwi wedi mynd yn ôl I Saesneg. Mae Gwynedd yn Gymraeg, tydi. Mae yna lot o bobl yn Penllyn ac eblaw bod pobl yn siarad Cymraeg efo nhw. Fysa nhw'n mynd dallt lot o bethau. So mae'n hanfodol bod Cymraeg yn dŵad gynta yn y peth yma. Os I lot o bobl, tydyn nhw'n mynd defnyddio Saesneg, a fwy byth pan mae gynnon nhw yr salwch hyll yma. Tydyn nhw'n mynd dallt beth ydych chi ddeud yn Saesneg, da. Gynnon nhw ddim syniad beth ydych chi'n siarad amdan. Os ydych chi'n deud rhywbeth, ydych chi fo, a effaith iddo fo, maen nhw fatha sbio iddyn nilla. So mae isio Cymraeg fod yna, da.
Mae'r reality o dementia, meddwl bod lot o bobl yn mynd nôl i'w mamiaeth. A un o'r broblemau fi wedi gweld, mae'r enwyd o ran Gwynedd, mae pethau lot yn well nag yw nhw'n lawr yn y de. So, mae lot o deuluoedd lawr yn y de, ble Gymraeg yw'r mamiaeth, a maen nhw'n colli mas ar y foment. So, mae'n rhaid I ni actually edrych fel rhan o y tools ni'n rhoi i'r gyfalwyr, bod nhw hefyd yn deall hynny, a pan maen nhw'n gweld rhywun gyda dementia sydd ddim ond yn siarad Gymraeg, bod nhw'n gwybod wedyn, reit, mae rhaid I fi mynd mas I ffeindio rhywun sy'n gallu gyfathrebu da'r person yma, o leia gyfathrebu da'r person yma, mwyn I ni gallu darparu y gofal sydd ei angen. Fi wir yn poeni am y teuluoedd yna yn y de, yn y gorllewin, yn y dwyrain sydd ddim yn cael yr un cymorth ag yw teuluoedd yn ardaloedd fel Gwynedd a falle yn rannau o'r gorllewin hefyd.
Os gai, Elin, ddod ar hwnna, mae yna broblem penodol hefyd efo'r Gymraeg. Oedd gyda I etholwr Cymro Cymraeg iaith gynta oedd wedi datblygu dementia o fath arbennig. Ac oherwydd nad oedd y gofal ar gael yng Ngogledd Cymru, oedd wedi gorfod mynd a teithio I gartre yn Leek yn Lloegr. Felly, oedd y ddarpariaeth, nid yn unig oedd y ddarpariaeth yn bell o adre i'r unigolyn na, fod y teulu'n gorfod teithio bellderoedd, rhai ohonyn nhw ddim yn gyrru hun, ond oedd o ddim yn medru cael y ddarpariaeth ar gofal yn ei famiaeth o, oherwydd bod o'n rhywle arall. Rwan, mae'n rhaid i ni weld y buddsoddiad yn dod o Lywodraeth Cymru sicrhau fod gyda ni'r gweithlu fan hyn sydd efo'r gallu i ddarparu gofal trwy gyfrwng Gymraeg yn arbenigol ar bob un cam o'r ffordd. Ac tan yn bod ni'n cael hynny, yna mi fyddwn ni'n gweld fwy o enghreifftiau bobl yn gorfod teithio i Loegr, neu hyd yn oed i lefydd eraill, hyd yn oed o fewn Cymru. Oedd gyda i etholwraig o ardal Dolgellau oedd wedi mynd i gartre yng Nghonwy, ond bod ni'n dod o Wynedd ac bod y gofal cymunedol yn well yng Ngwynedd, oedd y cartre gofal yng Nghonwy ddim yn darparu. Felly, os ydym ni'n cael awdurdodau lleol yn allanoli gofal, yna mae rhaid gwneud yn siŵr fel rhan o'r cytundeb yna fod y ddarpariaeth ieithyddol yn rhan ohono fo, achos mae'r ddarpariaeth ieithyddol yn gymaint rhan o'r gofal clinigol bron, fysa rhywun yn ddweud, o'r ananghenion y claf ag meddyginiaeth ag yn y blaen hefyd.
Ond mae yna bamffledi, da ni wedi cwffio i gael nhw'n ddwyieithog. So mae hynny yn help hefyd i'r gofalwyr.
Yndi.
I siarad amdano fo, neu ddarllen amdano fo'n Gymraeg. A wedyn mae o ochr arall i'r Saeson, sydd da ni wedi gweithio'n galad ar rhai y llyfrau fel hyn, fel gofalwyr, nathon ni helpu Dementia Active i wneud pamffledi yn ddwyieithog.
Everything that you're saying, it exists in social care as well. These issues with not being able to receive social care in your mother tongue. And so one of our key calls to Welsh Government is mandatory dementia training for social care workers, and a part of that is the understanding of culturally competent care, which is extremely important, and part of that is understanding the needs of the person and understanding the needs that they need to receive care in their preferred language. It's incredibly important, and there are enormous gaps at the moment, and particularly gaps across rural Wales. Do we have any other questions?
Yn gyntaf, gai ddiolch i chi, Moira, am rhan i'ch profiad chi. O'n i wrth fy modd yn clywed am y word searches, am y gyrru, hyd y lled, pen llun ac am yr ukulele. Fydda hwnna'n rhywbeth fy nheulu i hefyd yn joio, so oedd hwnna'n gret. Ac o'n i hefyd wrth y modd yn clywed am y grŵp i chi mynd i trwy Dementia Action, sy'n rhoi lle dymeddol i chi ac i ofalwyr eraill, ac i edwaldod gyda chi i gymdeithasu. So mae hwnna'n ffab. Beth o'n i ddim wrth y modd yn clywed, wrth gwrs am y profiad na ddechreuoch chi gyda, y pwynt diagnosis yna yn y lleoliad iechyd, lle gawsoch chi'r diagnosis a wedyn dyna ni. Ac oedd hwnna, dyn ni wedi sôn am ofal cymdeithasol ers hynny, ond o'n i'n meddwl, mae yna bwynt fanna'n does ynghylch y gwahaniaeth pan mae rhywun yn cael diagnosis sy'n rhywbeth meddygol a dyn ni'n ystyried yn rhywbeth iechyd, a wedyn y gofal sy'n mas yn y gymuned sydd yn y sector gofal cymdeithasol. Dyn ni ddim wastad yn meddwl am y bwlch na, petai rhywun yr enghraifft efo clefyd neu cancer, fydde'r gofal yna i gyd yn digwydd trwy'r system iechyd. Ond i dementia, o'n i bai bod chi yn llwyddo i gael continuing healthcare, mae'r gofal yna yn dod o'r system gofal cymdeithasol. Ac oeddech chi'n sôn wrth gwrs am y problem o orfod talu am ofalwyr i ddod mewn. Sut mae'n mynd i'r afel, dwi'n gofyn i'r panel, nid i Moira yn tro hwn, sut mae'n mynd i'r afel a'r bwlch na, y gwahaniaeth na ni'n gweld, a y diffyg integreiddio rhwng y system iechyd a gofal cymdeithasol, a be allwn ni wneud i fynd i'r afel ar hynny?
Sounds like one for you, Mafon.
Yn yng nghyfraniad i bore yma, mynd sy'n glir, mae i Uchelgais Plaid Cymru, Llywodraeth Plaid Cymru, fydde creu gwasanaeth gofal cenedlaethol wedi integreiddio'n llwyr efo'r gwasanaeth iechyd, mwyn gwneud yn siŵr fod y gaps yna ddim yn bodoli, fod na lwybr llyfn o'r dechrau i'r broses, i'r diwedd bron, mwyn bod pobl yn cael y gofal gorau posib. Felly mae hynna'n ymrwymiad ganddon ni, mi fysen ni'n sicrhau fod hwnna'n digwydd. Dio ddim yn mynd i fod yn hawdd gwneud hynny. Mae'n golygu newid pensaerniaeth y gwasanaeth iechyd a gofal. Mae'n golygu alunio ffiniau gwahanol fyrddau efo'i gilydd, gwneud yn siŵr fod cyllidebau yn cael eu rhannu. Mae yna lot o waith diflas ond hanfodol angen i wneud, ond os nad ydyn ni'n glir, fel plaid, fel llywodraeth, fel cenedl, mae'r hyn sydd yn bwysig ydy'r outcomes yna, ydy lles pobl Cymru, ydy'r canlyniad, os da ni'n dilyn prosesau'r lles dilyn prosesau'n unig, heb ganolbwyntio ar ganlyniad, yna fyddwn ni ddim yn gweld gwella mewn safon bywyd pobl. Felly mae'n rhaid ni gadw'r canlyniad yna. Be sy'n bwysica i gleifion dementia a'i hanwyliad nhw? Sut allwn ni wneud i bywyd nhw'n haws? Sut allwn ni gael cymdeithas i ddallt y cyflwr ac addasu ar gyfer y bobl yma? A dyna pam dwi'n credu fod rhaid ni fynd drwy'r broses o newid pensaerniaeth gofal a iechyd yng Nghymru mwyn cyrraedd y pwynt.
Do we have any more questions? No? Great, well we've got 1 minute left, so it's good that we didn't. I'd like to really thank all of our panellists, especially Moira, for sharing your experience. Yeah. It's really invaluable.
Can I just, before I go, ga I ofyn cwestiwn bach i chi, please, o'r wrth y gofalwyr mae hyn. Mae pobl yn gofyn wrtha i yn aml iawn ac anwyliad pobl eraill sy'n meddwl, dyn nhw lew? Yndi, mae o'n lew. Da ni'n dilio, da ni'n byw efo fo. Os yna neb byth yn gofyn, sut wyt ti? Ga I ofyn i chi, please, os ydych chi'n gofyn wrth unrhyw cerer, dim os be maen nhw'n watchod ar ôl, sut wyt ti'n copio?
Bwysig.
Mae'n bwysig. Diolch.
I think let's finish there. That finished it better than I ever could. So thanks so much, panel. And if you want to carry on the conversation, come and see us in the exhibition hall. We're talking about what we need for the next Dementia Action Plan for Wales. Thank you.
Nesaf, ein llais dros y Gymru wledig, sef llyfarydd Plaid Cymru ar amaeth a materion gwledig. Please join me in welcoming Plaid Cymru's spokesperson on agriculture and rural affairs to the stage. Rowch groeso, os gwelwch yn dda, I Llyr Griffith.
Wel, diolch yn fawr iawn, a chroeso cynnes I chi gyd yma I Ogledd Cymru, I Landudno. Gofres I edrych beth oedd y cyfieithad o Queen of the Welsh Resorts, ac mae'n debyg mae Brenhines y Cyrchfannau Cymreig yw Llandudno. Llawn heiddi'r teitl, wrth gwrs, ond mor fendigedig yw I yma diw Llandudno fel niman arall wedi llwyddo I osgoi rhai o peth o galedi, wedwn ni blynyddoedd o lymder o dan y ceidwadwyr. Llymder sydd wrth gwrs yn mynd I barhau ac mae'n ymddangos ddwysau o dan y Llywodraeth Lafur bresennol yn Llundain, heb sôn wrth gwrs am yr heriau sydd wedi dod o fai Caerdydd. Ac fel aelod sy'n cynrychioli yr ardal yma yn y Senedd, dwi wedi gweld cystal ag unrhyw un yr effaith mae hynny yn ei gael ar bobl ac ar gymunedau y rhan yma o'r wlad. Mae sawl un wrth gwrs yn gyfarwydd â chyflwr Betsy Cadwaladr ac mae'n dal I fod mewn mesurau arbennig ac mi glywon ni Mabon bore yma wrth gwrs yn sôn am rai o'r heriau sy'n wynebu y gwasanaeth iechyd yn benodol. Gormod o gleifion yn aros yn rhy hir am ambulance, gleifion yn aros I weld doctor, yn aros I gael diagnosis ac yn aros am y driniaeth sydd I angen arnyn nhw. Wel, gobeithio na fydd y rhaid aros yn rhy hir I weld newid llywodraeth, newid cyfeiriad a newid ar y rhagolygon yna o safbwynt pobl Cymru. A dwi eisiau cyfeirio'n benodol am funud o Sky ar gyflwr y gwasanaeth deintyddol yn y gogledd. Yn barod lenni, mae yna 7 deintyddfa yn y gogledd wedi rhoi, neu wedi cyhoeddi beth bynnag y byddan nhw'n rhoi cytundeb NHS yn ôl a mynd yn breifet. Nawr, mae hynny'n golygu bod yna filoedd lawer yn llythrenol, miloedd lawer o gleifion yn mynd I golli mynediad at wasanaethau deintyddol, oherwydd mae bron yn amhosib ffindio deintydd NHS arall yn y gogledd, a wrth gwrs mae nifer heleth yn methu fforddio talu am wasanaeth preifet. Nawr, mae'r llafur yn gwrthod cydnabod pa mor ddybryd yw'r broblem yna. A mae hynny yn halen ar y briw I etholwyr yn Umbych, yn Llandrillo'n Rhos, ym Mae Colwyn, yn y Fali, yn Sir Fôn, yng Nghoed Poeth, ym Mwcle, ac yma fan hyn yn Llandudno. Bob un ohonyn nhw wedi colli surgery ddeintyddol i'r sector breifet yn y misoedd diwetha. Mae rhai o'r straeon dwi'n clywed fel canlyniad I hynny yn frawychus a dweud y lleia. Fel yr etholwr, oedd mewn gymaint o boen, ond oedd yn methu fforddio talu am driniaeth yn y sector breifet, dynodd I ddant I hun ac a fi oedd bron am marw o sepsis o ganlyniad I hynny. Neu'r etholwrau gychwynnodd ar waith orthodontedd cyn iddi briodi, ond mi ath y practis yn breifet yng nghwrs y driniaeth yna, ac am nad oedd hi'n gallu fforddio talu'r miloedd oedd hi angen I gwblhau y gwaith, mi fydd rhaid iddi ganslo'i phriodas ar mis Mel. Neu, coeliwch neu beidio, y wraig o'r Ukraine, ddath I Gymru am loches o'r rhyfel, oedd wedi gorfod mynd yn ôl I Ukraine I weld deintydd, am bod y sefyllfa mor ddifrifol yma yng Ngogledd Cymru. Dyna I chi legacy chwarter canrif o lafur wrth y lliw, a dyna'r pris mae bobl Gogledd Cymru yn ei dalu am hynny. Labour's rotten record on dental service is just one example of the state of public services under a tired and discredited government. It's no surprise, of course, that the people of Wales want to see change. And back in July, when Sir Keir Starmer strolled into Downing Street, that's exactly, of course, what they were promised. With Labour now running both the Welsh Government and the UK Government, gone were the days of Wales being an afterthought on UK policy decisions. Baroness Eluned Morgan promised a partnership in power, meaning that Wales wouldn't only have the ear of the UK Government, but an open door to work together to repair the damage of Tory austerity. Well, less than a year later, that promise lies in tatters, doesn't it? Not only did Labour in Wales fail to stop their London colleagues from cutting the winter fuel allowance, a decision, as we know, that has left so many of our most vulnerable pensioners shivering in their homes, they also let them break their promise to 1950s women. Now, in opposition, Labour MPs and MSs were queuing up to criticise the nasty Tories for betraying a whole generation. But once in power at Westminster, Labour in Wales just turned the other way. And as we See, they've abandoned those families struggling due to the two-child benefit cap, a pernicious policy that punishes children for being poor. But despite the failure of London and Westminster to scrap that policy, again, Labour in Wales just turns the other way. And we also see Labour withdrawing international aid, a decision that, of course, will lead to more conflict, more suffering, more starvation around the world, and, of course, as they try to outdo the Tories on cuts to welfare, taking away that safety net that so many people who are ill or disabled depend upon to get by. Labour in Wales, well, they turn the other way. You know, the lady might not have been for turning, but the Baroness turns whichever way Sir Keir Starmer tells her to. And even Welsh Government policy is now beholden to the Tory whip. Well, that could well be true, to the Labour whip in London. It's very different. It's very difficult to tell the difference. But forgotten is the previous insistence from the Welsh Government that Wales receives the £4 billion that we all know we're owed as a consequence of HS2 money that, again, as we all know, would transform public services here in Wales. For years, we listened to Labour MS after Labour MS backing Plaid Cymru's demands for Wales to be treated equally with Scotland and the north of Ireland. But now, of course, since, well, precisely the 4th of July last year, those same MSs are queuing up to make excuses and to explain to us exactly why that isn't money that actually is Wales's after all. But last week, we put them to the test. Plaid Cymru's motion to the Senedd repeated back to Labour exactly what they'd been demanding for years. But their amendment to our motion told us everything we need to know. It started with those two little words, delete all. And of course, frankly, it was downhill from there. Well, let's hope that the people of Wales see through this and that the people of Wales table their own amendment on the 7th of May next year to delete all Labour members of the Senedd at the election. Because what's become patently clear is that far from being in a partnership of power, Labour in Wales is a partner on a puppet string, dancing to London's tune at every opportunity. Even when Labour in Wales asks Labour in Westminster to implement Welsh Labour policy, Labour says no. I mean, you can't make it up. Plaid Cymru's debate on HS2 last week gave the Welsh Government a simple choice. Are they true to their word about standing up for Wales? Remember that election slogan they had back in the day? Or are they now putting party before country? Now, Labour ministers aren't renowned for answering questions in the Senedd, I have to say. But this was one question that they answered emphatically, absolutely emphatically. They made it clear that their loyalty is not to Wales, it's to their political masters in London. It's no longer standing up for Wales. Frankly, it's giving up on Wales, or indeed it's standing in Wales's way. Nawr, yn gynharach y mis yma, fe gafodd llafur gyfle arall i roi pobl Cymru o flaen buddiannau Plaid pan wnaethon ni osod cynnig i'r Senedd yn galw am oedi ac ail ystyried ar y cynllun i newid treth etifeddiant ar amaethyddiaeth yng Nghymru. Polisi, wrth gwrs, bydd yn gwneud cymaint o ddifrod i gymunedau cefn gwlad roedd e'n gynnig rhesymol, yn syml iawn yn galw ar Aelodraeth y Deyrnas Unedig i gymryd cam yn ôl ac edrych eto ar yr hyn sydd yn cael I gynnig. Y gobeith oedd y bydde Senedd Cymru yn gallu siarad gydag un llais ac anfon neges glir ac unedig I Lywodraeth y Deyrnas Unedig. Yn union, wrth gwrs, fel y mae Llywodraeth yr Alban wedi gwneud a fel y mae Cynulliad Gogledd Iwerddon wedi gwneud ar y mater yma. Ond unwaith eto, be gawson ni oedd gwelliant gan llafur un cynnig ni oedd yn cychwyn dileu'r cyfan. Ac chi'n gwybod, wrth gwrs, beth sy'n dod wedyn. Nawr, mae rhai ohono ni sy'n gwybod pa mor fregus yw'r economi amaethyddol yn gwybod y bydd gan y newidiadau yma I dreth etifeddiant oblygiadau pellgyrhaeddol iawn I deuluodd sy'n ffermio yng Nghymru. Wales isn't a nation of lavish living millionaires. Our family farms operate on tight margins and they're cash poor. Many live a hand-to-mouth existence and too many are living in debt. And the Welsh Government's own farm business income statistics prove as much. Welsh farmers don't have the capital to shoulder this additional tax burden. It'll force families to sell off land, cutting further into their livelihoods and, of course, making their farms less sustainable for the next generation. The policy is utterly counterproductive at a time, of course, when we need to be strengthening our food security, not undermining it. Yes, of course, we need to get to grips with those multi-millionaires who intentionally buy up land to avoid paying tax, and there are plenty of ways to do that, and the clawback system is one that's used in other countries that we could emulate here. but our working family farms shouldn't be caught in the crossfire. The economic, the environmental, the social, and the cultural collateral damage of allowing that to happen is too high a price to pay. Y cyfan o'n i'n gofyn i Lywodraeth y Deyrnas Unedig i'w wneud, oedd yn union fel y nath Llywodraeth Cymru, wrth gwrs, gyda'r cynllun ffermio cynaladwy, oedi ac adolygu. Ac i ni ennill y ddadl, fe gollwyd y bleidlais. Ac unwaith eto, Llywodraeth Cymru yw'r unig lywodraeth datganoledig yn y Deyrnas Unedig sy'n gwrthod sefyll fyny i lafur yn San Steffan. Does ryfedd fod y sector amaeth yn teimlo o dan warchau. Nawr mae'r cyd-destun economaidd, wrth gwrs, wedi taro'r diwydiant amaeth fel y mae ddiwydiannau eraill gyda chost mewn bynnau wedi cynyddu yn aruthrol dros y blynyddoedd diwethaf. Mae'r argyfwng costau byw yn effeithio'r deuluoedd fferm yn uniongyrchol, ond hefyd yn effeithio ar arferion siopa a dewisiadau prynu cwsmeriaid. Mae'r holl ddad sefydlogi sydd wedi bod yn sgil Brexit, wrth gwrs, wedi cael effaith. Y gwaith papur ychwanegol a'r biwrocratiaeth ychwanegol wrth allforio ar un llaw, ac wrth gwrs, y cytundebau masnach newydd yma. Ni wedi gweld ffigurau brawchus yn ddiweddar a fewnforion o Australia a Zeeland Newydd yn agor y drws i fewnforion rhad o ansawdd is yn aml iawn sy'n tanseilio'r farchnad domestig. Mae gadael y polisi amaeth gyffredin, wrth gwrs, wedi golygu bod ni wedi mynd o gael sicrwydd ariannu 7 mlynedd ar y tro i fod yn mynd o 12 mis i 12 mis i 12 mis, sydd yn gwbl amhosib pan mae'n dod i gynllunio yn yr hir dymor. Ac ar ben hynny, wrth gwrs, ni'n cofio sut nath y Lywodraeth Geidwadol dorri haddewid o ddim ceiniog yn llai o ariannu i'r sector ar ôl Brexit, gan adael ffermwyr Cymru bron i £250 miliwn o bunnau yn glotach o ganlyniad. Rhywbeth roedd llafur, wrth gwrs, ar y pryd yn gweiddi'n groch amdano fe, ond rhywbeth yma nhw wedi gwrthod i adfer nawr bod nhw mewn sefyllfa i fedru delio â hynny. Yn wir, mae llafur wedi mynd gam ymhellach ac wedi symud i ddefnyddio fformiwla Barnett ar gyllid amaethyddol i Gymru. A mae hynny, wrth gwrs, yn mynd i leihau y cyllid sydd ar gael i ni dros y blynyddoedd i ddod. Petai gan Lywodraeth Cymru a Llywodraeth San Steffan bartneriaeth mewn pŵer go iawn, o fysa hynny ddim wedi digwydd. Ond nawr, wrth gwrs, mae hyd yn oed Luned Morgan yn cyfaddau ac yn cydnabod i bod ni'n poeni am y sefyllfa, a mae hi a Llywodraeth yn gorfod gwrthweithio'r difrod y mae Llywodraeth i plaid nhw yn ei achosi. Os fi oedd y diwydiant amaeth yng Nghymru angen Llywodraeth ar ei ochr i erioed, wel nawr yw'r adeg am hynny. Ac fel ysgrifennydd cysgodol materion gwledig Plaid Cymru yna dyna dwi yn ymrwymo i fod. Fel dwi wedi gwneud dros y blynyddoedd diwetha, ac yn wir allwn ni fod yn falch o'r hyn i ni wedi gyflawni fel gwrthblaid, ac fel plaid sy'n barod i fod yn adeiladol, sy'n barod i gydweithio lle mae hynny'n dwy'n ffrwyth. Ond dychmygwch cymaint yn fwy bydden ni'n gallu wneud petai ni mewn Llywodraeth. A gwneud hynny bob tro, wrth gwrs, mwyn amddiffyn y fferm deuluol a chreu'r amodau fydd yn caniatáu iddi ffynnu. Yn economaidd, mae'r fferm deuluol yn cynnal swyddi a bywoliaethau yn rhai o'n cymunedau mwyaf ymylol ni. Ac i chi wedi clywed y ffigwr, dwi'n siŵr am bod pint sy'n mynd fewn i'r diwydiant, mae e'n creu 9 pint yn ychwanegol o fewn yr economi leol. Ond, a dwi wedi bod yn sôn am sut mae arian wedi cael ei dorri, tynnwch chi bint allan, i chi'n tynnu 9 pint allan gydag e. Nawr yn allweddol yn gymdeithasol hefyd, yn diwy, ni'n gwybod hynny, yn cadw pobl yng nghefn gwlad, yn cynnal hyfywedd cymunedau, ac mae hynny wedyn, wrth gwrs, yn gongolfaen ddiwylliannol a ieithyddol. I ni'n gwybod sut mae ffermydd yn rhan ganolog o gynnal yr iaith Gymraeg. Mae 43% o ffermwyr Cymru yn siarad Cymraeg, a mae hynny i'w gymaru ag 19% o'r boblogaeth gyffredinol. Felly, os ych chi'n tanseilio un o beioedd cryfa yr iaith Gymraeg, i'ch chi wrth gwrs yn tanseilio hyfywedd yr iaith ac unrhyw obeth i gyrraedd y targed yma o filiwn o siaradwyr Cymraeg erbyn 2050. Ac hyd yn oed yn amgylcheddol, ffermwyr Cymru sydd ar y ffas lo pan mae'n dod i daclo newid hinsawdd ac adfer colli natur. Ffermwyr sydd yn mynd i ddilifro'r cynllun ffermio cynaladwy fel y gwnaethon nhw gyda chynlluniau agri amgylcheddol dros y blynyddoedd. Nhw hefyd, wrth gwrs, sydd ar cyfle gorau i wireddu llawer o uchelgais yn ei adnewyddadwy Cymru hefyd. A thra bod heriau amlwg yn dal i fod, does neb yn gwadu hynny, a gyda sawl un yn pwyntio bus at y sector fel rhan o'r broblem, dwi eisiau symud oddi wrth y naratif negyddol yna, oherwydd mae amweithwyr yng Nghymru yn rhan fawr o'r ateb i nifer o'r heriau sy'n ymwynebu ni heddiw. A dwi am sicrhau bod nhw'n cael y cyfle i chwarae rhan llawn yn y gwaith o fynd i'r afel a'r heriau hynny. Edrychwch ar y sector fwyd yn benodol. Mae stori newyddion da i ni yng Nghymru ar un olwg yn diwy. Mae'r gadwyn gyflenwi bwyd a diod yng Nghymru yn cynrychioli bron i 250,000 o swyddi, 17% o'r holl swyddi yn economi Cymru. It makes a huge contribution. But at the same time, of course, we know that climate change and extreme weather is going to increasingly disrupt food supply in the coming years. And with half the fruit and veg consumed here coming from abroad, well, we're much too dependent on food imports, which is a huge risk, of course, if, and indeed when, overseas production falters. Now, you add to that the deepening cost of living crisis, which means that food insecurity has risen markedly in the UK. 17% of children are now living in food insecure households with all the long-term health and social impacts that brings. And you soon realise, of course, that beneath economic statistics, there's a lot of work that needs to be done. Throw in as well a hugely centralised food supply system, dominated by just a handful of major supermarkets who supply 95% of all of the UK's food, and you see how exposed we are. It isn't just food security that we need to be concerned about, it's wider food resilience. And we need to be building a resilient, sustainable food system for Wales. Now that means developing an integrated food policy framework that places Wales at the forefront of food resilience, moving away from over-reliance on imported produce and centralised supply chains to fostering a homegrown, diversified food system. We need to establish a whole society approach where every layer from national policymakers to local communities plays a part in safeguarding food supplies. Now that means investing, yes, in local infrastructure, supporting community-led projects and education initiatives as well that build long-term resilience and reduces our dependency on those volatile global markets. And at the next election, Plaid Cymru will be articulating a bold, forward-thinking vision that transforms Wales's food system into one that is sustainable, equitable, and prepared for future challenges, stressing that food security isn't just a matter of convenience, it's a fundamental right, it's a cornerstone of public health, and of course of national resilience. And I want farming communities, local government, business, everyone to work together to help create a model for food resilience that will put us in good shape to face the huge challenges that we know are coming. Ond mwyn gwneud hynny, gyfeillion, mae'n rhaid i ni gipio awenau grym oddi wrth llafur y mae Caerdydd. Ac bod y pol opinion yn bositif ar hyn o bryd, wrth gwrs, does neb yn twyllo hunain i feddwl nad oes rhaid i ni roi shifft a hanner i fewn dros y flwyddyn nesaf. Mae llafur wedi rhedeg allan o egni a maen nhw'n prysu rhedeg allan o amser. Ac mae'n gynyddol amlwg, mae ffars llwyr yw'r bartneriaeth mewn pŵer yma rhwng llafur yng Nghaerdydd a llafur yn Llundain. Y bartneriaeth mewn pŵer go iawn fydd honno rhwng Llywodraeth Plaid Cymru a phobl Cymru. A dwi, fel chi, yn edrych ymlaen i fynd ar weledigaeth yna sydd ganddo ni am Gymru well at bobl Cymru dros y flwyddyn sydd i ddod. Diolch yn fawr iawn i chi gyd.
Diolch